Chapter 4. The Political Policies and Practices of the AFL, 1910 to 1912. Starting in the cities, the progressive movement surged outward to the states and the national government, where a long period of struggle ensued between the progressives and reactionary stand-patters. By 1910, the progressive movement was at full tide across the entire country, demanding effective legislation to democratize governmental machinery and for economic and social reform. Progressives in Congress. In Congress, the reform forces fought to break the reactionary blockade that had been erected against all progressive legislation. During the first session of the 6th LST Congress, from March to August 1909, the AFL once again concentrated on its anti-injunction campaign. However, since Cannon and the Republican Old Guard still had a firm grip on the machinery of congressional appointments, these bills ended up on the legislative scrap heap. Meanwhile, the insurgent Republicans of the Taft administration, led by La Follette of Wisconsin, Norris of Nebraska, Cummins and Dolliver of Iowa, Beveridge of Indiana, and Fowler of New Jersey, launched a revolt against the Old Guard's dictation. Together with progressive Democrats, including the 12 Union card-holding congressmen, they conducted a fight in both houses of Congress for tariff reform, a graduated income tax, conservation, postal savings, and more stringent regulation of railroads. While organized labor was interested in most of these issues, won for it, the most significant battle waged by the progressives was the campaign to overthrow Cannonism, the dictatorial rule of the House of Representatives by Speaker Joseph Cannon. In 1909, about 20 of the leading insurgents met in Gomper's office and agreed upon the changes in the rules for which they would press in the special session of Congress. The principal provision was that any member of the House might move to discharge a committee from further consideration of a bill, that such motions must be recognized in the order in which they were entered, and that they could be adopted by majority vote. This effort was defeated at the time, but in the second session of the 61st Congress, in March 1910, the long-contested war against the Speaker's despotic control over procedure and committee appointments was carried to a successful conclusion. A combination of Democrats and insurgent Republicans put through a resolution, introduced by George W. Norris of Nebraska, enlarging the Committee on Rules, providing for the election of the committee by the House, and excluding the Speaker from membership. Although Cannon retained the office, a motion to declare the speakership vacant failed. His power was considerably reduced. 2. On June 17, 1910, House Resolution 808 was passed, marking an important victory for the progressive forces, especially for organized labor, against the abuse of smothering bills in committee. It provided, as did the earlier proposal, that any member could make a motion to discharge any committee from further consideration of a bill, and that such motions had to be recognized in the order in which they were received. If the motion prevailed, this automatically brought the bill before the House, where it could be debated and voted on. 3. Unfortunately, the resolution was passed too late in the session to be of much value until the next session of Congress convened. Organized labor did not immediately obtain any concrete results from the new atmosphere in Congress. The committees appointed by Cannon were still functioning, still refusing to advance the bills advocated by the labor movement, and still opposing all efforts to report out a bill granting relief from the injunction abuse. Toward the end of the session, the AFL conceived a new method of getting around the Republican blockade. The 12 Union card-holding congressmen, known as the Labor Group, in Congress, met with Gompers and Morrison, for and thereafter, William Hughes of New Jersey, a member of the group, introduced a rider to the Civil Supply Bill which provided funds for antitrust prosecutions by the federal government under the Sherman Act. This rider prohibited the use of these funds for the prosecution of any organization or individual for entering into any combination or agreement having in view the increasing of wages, shortening of hours, or bettering the conditions of labor, or for any act done in furtherance thereof not in itself unlawful. On June 4, 1910, the bill, with the rider included, passed the House. In the Senate, however, it was amended by striking out the Hughes Amendment. When the bill, as amended by the Senate, was returned to the House, all the Senate amendments were disapproved by unanimous consent and the measure went to a conference committee. Finally, on June 23, The Hughes rider came to a vote in the House and was rejected by a vote of 138 to 130, with 105 congressmen not voting. It was subsequently revealed that it was the National Association of Manufacturers lobby that had maneuvered to achieve this outcome. Colonel Mulhall, the chief NOM lobbyist, had succeeded in getting 13 congressmen Democrats and Republicans either to vote against the Hughes amendment or to stay away from the House when the vote was taken, and this margin was sufficient to defeat the rider's no action of Congress nor any vote ever taken in Congress, Gompers commented bitterly, has shown such a transparent disregard for the rights and welfare of the workers as this record vote displays for all the world to see. He sought some comfort in the assurance that the defeat of the Hughes amendment will serve to more thoroughly arouse the workers to the absolute necessity of a more active, intelligent and united action on the political field. 6. Sentiment for independent political action. The truth is, even though Gompers refused to recognize it, that many workers had already come to the conclusion that the only way to achieve a more active, intelligent and united action on the political field was by abandoning the policy of begging the major parties for concessions and fighting for labor's just demands through its own political party. On February 11, 1910, the Central Federated Union of New York, the AFL's city central labor body, went on record in favor of a Labor Party after hearing Delegate Morris Braun of the Cigarmakers Union declare, in a fiery speech, that the time had come for such action. I am tired of being assessed continually to try to get legislation passed in the interests of the working class, he declared, and when we get it we find that it is either a trick bill or not enforced at all. I am tired of bending the cringing knee before the lawmakers of capital, and begging them for mercy. Petitioning will only get us kicks or promises that and nothing more. He pointed to the Taff Vale decision in England and told how the courts of that country had decided that it was a crime to strike or boycott. What was its effect? Asked Braun. It simply taught the workers that lobbying on the outside of the House of Parliament would avail them nothing. They stopped lobbying and walked into the House and passed laws in their own interests for themselves. And he concluded, we have had enough tomfoolery in this country. We should learn to send men of our class to the House of Congress and make laws for ourselves. Then you will get what you want. I am therefore in favor of calling on the President of the American Federation of Labor to urge the holding of a conference of all the national and international presidents of the various unions of this country, affiliated with that body, to take up the matter of forming an independent Labor Party. The vote on the motion was taken, and the delegates voted overwhelmingly in favor of the proposal. 7 A few weeks later, the Chicago Federation of Labor passed a similar resolution and came out strongly for a Labor Party. 8 And in Philadelphia, the unions affiliated with the AFL took the initiative in March 1910 in organizing a statewide Labor Party. The action flowed out of the general strike in Philadelphia, when all the AFL unions walked out to support the cause of the carmen who had struck when the Rapid Transit Company discharged 173 union members. The strike-breaking role of the city and state governments, acting as open agents of the corporations, aroused the trade unionists to the need to use their political as well as economic power. As one group of unionists put it, it is the duty of labor to see to it that the votes of labor are no longer cast for the kind of men who are prepared and who are willing to sell the interests of labor and of all who put them into office as soon as they obtain the coveted goal, and who give to corporations the power to abuse the privileges granted them by the people. Labor should vote its own men into office. If it does not, it has only itself to blame for the consequences. 9. On March 24, at a meeting of delegates from all the trade unions of Philadelphia, the United Labor Party was born. A month later, a platform was adopted and plans were set up to establish organization in every part of the state. Pennsylvania's Independent Political Party of Labor, organized by the AFL unions, urged ballot reform, the initiative and referendum, equal suffrage for men and women regardless of race, municipal and government ownership of public utilities, a graduated income tax, an inheritance tax, postal savings bank and parcel post systems, equal wages for women performing the same work as men. The Philadelphia General Strike of 1910 is discussed below. Government ownership of railroads, the curtailment of writs of injunction, the abolition of trusts, direct election of United States senators. Abolition of strike-breaking and of the state constabulary, the enforcement of the state's 8-hour-day law, the abolition of laws restraining free speech and press, and the enactment of new laws to improve working conditions in the state. 10. On August 15, 1910, the Central Labor Federation of New York City officially announced the establishment of an independent labor party to be called the Federated Labor Party of New York City. The party's platform included provisions for impartial enforcement of the state's 8-hour laws, a child labor law, a compulsory education law, an employer's liability and compensation law, municipal ownership of public utilities, the establishment of postal savings banks, enactment of an anti-injunction law by Congress, a national 8-hour law, the direct election of United States senators, the president, and all judicial officials, and the extension of employers' liability and compensation laws to include all forms of employment. 2. But the rising tide of labor sentiment for independent political action made little impression on the national leaders of the AFL. The "reward your friend and punish your enemy" policy, Frank Morrison declared in a public interview, was still Labor's best political weapon. It has accomplished a great deal. Our influence in the national lawmaking body is gradually but surely increasing. The congressional elections of 1910, he predicted, would see far-reaching results for the AFL's political action program. We have nearly 1,500 district organizers in the country and the machinery in all of the districts necessary to put this political action program into effect. 12. The election of 1910. However, the AFL did little in the congressional elections beyond publicizing the voting records of the congressmen on the Hughes Amendment. It circulated more than 250,000 copies of an 8-page booklet entitled, Record Vote of Congressmen for and Against Labor, which listed the votes in the House for and against the Hughes Amendment. It detailed the names of all House members and how they had voted and recorded those who voted for the amendment as having voted for labor's rights, and thereby merited labor's support in the election. Those who voted against it were recorded as having voted against labor's rights, and therefore should be defeated. A satisfactory explanation to their constituents was demanded from those who were listed as not voting. Several other pieces of literature went out from AFL headquarters to all parts of the country prior to the election. In the main, they were appeals to all workers to vote and mentioned neither political party. The final appeal, dated November 2, simply urged the workers to be partisan to a principle rather than to a party. Stand by those who have done their duty, be always everlastingly alert, so that all may say that labor knows its political as well as its economic duty. 13. So innocuous and meaningless was the advice offered to workers by the AFL leadership in the 1910 campaign that even some of the more conservative elements in the Federation were disgusted. One sign of this was the publication during the campaign of a series of articles by Arthur Henderson, chairman of the British Labour Party, in the International. Mulder's Journal, edited by John P. Frey. The articles stressed the fact that the conditions that had led British Labour to form its own party were similar to those facing American Labour and pointed out the gains achieved by the British trade unions as a result of this independent political action. Henderson emphasized that the British trade unions had gone into politics as an independent force after the infamous Taff Vale decision, under which the railway employees and miners were mulcted out of a total of $840,000 in damage suits, and he referred to the Danbury Hatters suits as the same type of oppression that could only be met effectively by similar action. The articles were reprinted in a number of trade unions and prompted the socialist Cleveland Citizen to ask if the Mulder's Union would have its charter revoked or be reorganized and policed by a federation organizer, for having so vigorously challenged the AFL's traditional political policy. 14. The Seattle Union Record, official organ of that city's Central Labor Council, not only publicized Henderson's articles, but featured a series entitled, Labor Parties of the Past, which told the story of independent political action by American workers from the 1870s to the 20th century. The study took issue with the AFL's repeated assertion that in its decision in the Danbury Hatters case, delivered on February 3, 1908, the Supreme Court unanimously declared that the Sherman Antitrust Act applied to organizations of labor, and that the Low Company of Danbury, Connecticut could sue the United Hatters of North America for 3 times the amount of damage it had suffered by reason of the union's boycott of the company's products. Judgment of $240,000 was obtained against the members of the union in 1909, and the Supreme Court gave it its approval, ordering the collection of the full amount with additional penalties and interest. Fourth History of the case, see Philip S. F. Foner, History of the Labor M. Jail, Emmett in the United States, Volume 3, New York, 1964, pp. 39, 309-10, 313-14, 341-42. Past labor movements in this country had declined immediately after venturing into politics, and especially into independent political activity. It contended that when the labor movement had conducted its political activity without, at the same time, neglecting the economic struggles, it had prospered, and that its decline was the result of a failure to organize industrially, thus isolating itself from the workers. The study was sharply critical of the current AFL political policy. It conceded that events in the industrial area had compelled the AFL to retreat from its long-standing opposition to political action by unions, and to advocate that its members take part in politics. This was certainly advance, it agreed, but it would net labor very little so long as the AFL continued to rely on the two major political parties. That kind of politics will never produce a party that can be relied on by labor. What is needed is what the workers of Great Britain have achieved: a Labour Party, organized on a permanent basis and financed by the trade unions, through which Labour can elect a group of congressmen and legislators that represent the working men, and know to whom they owe their election and why. 15. These discussions in the trade union press, like the actions by AFL unions in New York, Chicago, and Pennsylvania that same year, revealed how much more politically alert the Federation's members on the city and state levels were than the national leadership. Although the AFL Executive Council did nothing in the campaign beyond publicizing the voting records of congressmen and urging the membership to vote, for which it spent a total of $3,148.78. Many affiliated unions worked closely with the insurgent Republicans and Democrats to defeat Old Guard candidates. 17. The election returns in 1910 were more heartening for labor than those of 1906 and 1908. Many reactionary Republicans were defeated, and, for the first time in over a decade, the Democrats obtained a majority in the House of Representatives. The House elected in November 1910 was made up of 299 Democrats and 160 Republicans. 15 members of the House held paid-up union cards of membership: 11 Democrats, 3 Republicans, and 1 Socialist. 18. Labor victories. On the eve of the opening session of the 62nd Congress, on March 4, 1911, the press headlined the startling news that Samuel Gompers had issued a warning that unless labor's demands were now realized, a political party of the workers would arise in the United States. He directed this warning at the Democratic Party, stating, "Unless the Democratic Party shall take hold of the interests of the masses, as against the interests of the classes, wherever they clash, it is not going to be the party of the future for the mass of the people. I feel that the time has come when we shall have a constructive, progressive, radical Labor Party, unless the Democratic Party shall perform its duties." 19. In a letter to the AFL Executive Council on March 3, 1911, Gompers explained the reasons for the statement which must have alarmed most of that body's members. The organized workers, he pointed out, had engaged in a long period of agitation in political campaigns and before Congress for redress of labor's grievances. They had, in the main, followed the advice of the AFL to avoid the pitfall of an independent political party and had concentrated on the policy of rewarding labor's friends and punishing its enemies. But thus far, they had reaped few gains from this procedure. Still, they had held on to the hope that once the old guard Republicans, the main political enemy of labor, were defeated and the Democratic Party gained control of Congress, the long years of agitation would finally produce results. Now, he added, if, after the victory in the congressional elections of last autumn, the Democrats do not act, it will be almost impossible to prevent the dissatisfaction with the old parties from expressing itself in a great demand for a radical Labor Party. By pointing this out to the Democrats before the new session of Congress begins, we can make them understand that they can prevent this new party from rising by proving that there is no need for it. 20. Up to this point, Gompers had been able to head off the demand for a Labor Party by maneuvers and bureaucratic control, but the movement was achieving such a magnitude that he needed the assistance of the Democratic Party. Gomper's warning was not lost on the Democrats, who were also aware of the sentiment for independent political action in the labor movement and knew that they would be the chief losers in the event of the formation of a Labor Party. With the change of the political complexion of the House of Representatives, the long reign of Speaker Cannon was ended. He was replaced by Champ Clark of Missouri, whom Gompers considered a true friend of organized labor. The new chairman of the Labor Committee, in which the labor movement was intensely interested, 21, was William B. Wilson, former Secretary-Treasurer of the United Mine Workers, while 3 other trade unionists were also assigned to that body. She reported speedily and favorably to the House proposals curtailing the application of the Sherman Act to unions and the use of injunctions in labor disputes. By May 6, 6 bills had been introduced into the House providing for trial by jury in contempt cases growing out of labor disputes. 22. By the time the 62nd Congress had completed its session on March 3, 1913, more legislation in which labor was interested had been enacted than during any previous Congress. The AFL listed 27 measures in which it had been interested which had become laws during this session. The major setback was in the area of legislation exempting labor organizations from prosecution under the Sherman Antitrust Act. A bill to accomplish this was passed by both houses of Congress, but it was vetoed by President Taft, who denounced it as class legislation of the most vicious type. The House passed the bill over Taft's veto, but before it could come up in the Senate, the 62nd Congress had expired. Even though labor's most important demands still remained unfulfilled, the AFL was jubilant. Gompers felt that his warning to the Democratic Party had brought results and that the political policies inaugurated by the Federation in 1906 had been justified. The fear of a Labor Party had been greatly reduced. Labor's efforts have been rewarded by effective and tangible results, Gompers said gleefully. The future looks bright. 23. There were other reasons for rejoicing. One was the unanimous decision of the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals on April 10, 1911, reversing the judgment of the lower court in the Danbury Hatters case. A month later, the Supreme Court ruled in the contempt cases against Gompers, Mitchell, and Morrison, by reversing Judge Wright's decision and dismissing the case. This victory, however, was tempered by the court's ruling that although there were not sufficient grounds for Justice Wright's action, the men could still be punished for contempt by proper proceedings. Thus it seems that there has been a considerable number of premature congratulatory messages sent. Gompers wrote to the Executive Council on May 17, 1911.24 As we shall see, Gompers' words of caution were justified. On December 23, 1908, Judge Daniel T. Wright found Gompers, Mitchell, and Morrison guilty of contempt in refusing to abide by the injunction issued in the case of the boycott of the Buck Stove and Range Company. Morrison was sentenced to 6 months in the United States Jail in the District of Columbia, Mitchell to 9 months, and Gompers to 10 months. For the details of the Buck Stove and Range Company case and the sentencing of the 3 AFL leaders, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, Volume 3, pp. 338-42, 361-63. A further cause for rejoicing lay in the amount of labor legislation passed in various states during 1911. Legislation on employers' liability, child labor, the 8-hour workday for women, workmen's compensation, improved conditions in hazardous trades, and the abolition of convict labor were passed in California, North Carolina, Kansas, Vermont, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and other states. 25 The AFL Weekly Newsletter emphasized that the trade unionists had played an important part in securing these laws. On April 22, 1911, it reported, "The trade unionists of this country are becoming live to the influence which they can assert along legislative lines." At the same time, however, the AFL went to great pains to make it clear that nothing that had happened in 1911 had caused it to change its belief that political action should occupy a minor place in the scheme of the labor movement. On the eve of the 1912 presidential campaign, and at the very peak of the general, progressive temper, Gompers hammered away at the fact that the well-being of the wage workers has been promoted more by union activity than by any legislation thus far accomplished, a fact which none of the critics of the AFL's political program would have denied, and insisted that organized labor must continue to set minimum political objectives, such as legislation limiting governmental policies and acts which inhibited organization and restricted the economic power of the unions. Referring to the growth in progressive sentiment in favor of increased social legislation, Gompers warned the AFL membership not to be deluded by fanciful political programs that assume to transport the labor movement to some utopian land of promise. Strive for the better day today. Material and actual results constitute the ethics of trade unionists. 26. This sentiment was voiced at a time of increasing agitation throughout the nation on the part of pressure movements by labor and general reform groups for housing laws, child labor laws, minimum wage and hours laws, for a living wage for workers which would provide enough to secure education and recreation, for the maintenance of families during periods of illness and old age, for safe and sanitary homes in healthful surroundings, for workmen's compensation for victims of industrial accidents and diseases, and for social insurance to cover old age and unemployment. But the AFL leaders still clung to the issues they had raised years earlier. The national leadership was still thinking in terms of 1906, while the majority of the membership was engaged in achieving a labor program that was far in advance of the earlier platform and more in keeping with the broader needs of the working class. The National Conventions of 1912. The specific demands submitted by the AFL to the major parties for incorporation into their 1912 platforms differed only slightly from those spelled out in Labour's Bill of Grievances of 1906. They were 1. Exemption of unions from the antitrust laws, 2. Prohibition of labor injunctions and the guarantee of trial by jury in contempt cases, 3. Restriction of the sale of convict-made goods, 4. Restriction on immigration, 5. Guarantee of the right to quit work and provision of adequate safety measures for seamen, 6. The creation of a separate Department of Labor of cabinet rank, 7. Guarantee of the right of petition for federal workers, 8. Legislation providing workmen's compensation for government employees, and 9. The demand for a constitutional amendment to be submitted for ratification by the states for the absolute suffrage of women co-equal with men. 27. The AFL showed no concern for the broader social programs which various labor groups and reformers in general were seeking to incorporate into the party platforms. At the National Conference of Social Work held in Cleveland in June 1912, a number of labor leaders joined political reformers and social workers in presenting a report which was to be submitted to the major political conventions. This report stressed the need for governmental regulation of substandard working and living conditions and set forth a platform of social standards, which included demands for the establishment of an 8-hour day and 6-day week, with special standards of work for women and children, the establishment of decent standards of sanitation, health, and safety in industry, with compensation for injury, decent housing for every family, prohibition of child labor under 16 years of age, regulation of factory work for women, government aid to the unemployed, old age and unemployment insurance, and a living wage for all who devote their time and energy to industrial occupations. 28. The AFL paid no attention to this far-reaching social program for American labor. In addition, the significant comments by the AFL leadership and the American Federationist on the platforms of the major parties dealt almost exclusively with their declarations on the labor injunction and contempt proceedings. In outlining the AFL's political program for the year, the Executive Council once again emphasized the fact that labor's essential gains in the future would primarily be, as they had been in the past, the product of economic action. Labor, it declared, did not expect nor want more from government in the form of ameliorative functions than to be allowed to operate without restrictions on the economic front. 29. Of the 9 proposals submitted by the AFL Executive Council, through Gompers, the Republican Party would pledge itself only to a Workmen's Compensation Act, an act to restrict immigration, and one ending the involuntary servitude of seamen. It made a particular point of rejecting the demands to amend the Sherman Antitrust Act and limit the issuance of injunctions in labor disputes, reaffirming its intention of upholding at all times the authority and dignity of the courts, both state and federal, and their powers to enforce their processes and protect life, liberty, and property, which, it affirmed, must be preserved inviolate. 30. The AFL had not expected any significant action on labor's demands from the Republican Party and had simply gone through the motion of presenting them for the sake of the record. Therefore, the labor planks adopted by the 1912 Republican Convention in Chicago, where the old guard was in full control, as well as its renomination of Taft as the Republican standard-bearer came as no surprise. 31. Gompers appeared next before the Platform Committee of the Democratic National Convention in Baltimore to present labor's demands. He informed the committee that he was speaking not only for the 2 million organized workers, but also for the workers who are not members of labor unions. It was a common practice for Gompers to claim to speak for the vast body of unorganized workers on political matters, even when the AFL was doing little to bring them into the trade unions. Gompers reminded the Platform Committee that for 30 years he had not been identified with any political party, that he had been a Republican during his early manhood, but that, for more than 20 years I could not play with them. It seemed to me that they did not play fair with the masses of our people. It was now necessary for the Democratic Party, he asserted, to prove that it was the party, not merely in declaration, not merely mouthing the sentences, but in truth representing the great mass of our people as against predatory wealth, as against the combinations of those who own the land and control the machinery and the products of labor. We have gone to the Republican Party with these requests and they have turned a deaf ear to us. 32. But, significantly, Gompers did not repeat his warning of the previous year that the time has come when we shall have a constructive, progressive, radical Labor Party, unless the Democratic Party shall perform its duty. The AFL leaders had already made up their minds that the Federation would support the Democratic Party, and so they felt no need to play with fire by raising the specter of a Labor Party. 33. The Democratic platform pointed with pride to the legislation of interest to labor that had been passed by the House of Representatives, under the party's control, during the congressional session that began in March, 1911. It then reaffirmed its labor planks of 1908, which pledged the party to enact legislation exempting labor unions from prosecution under the Sherman Antitrust Act, limiting the use of injunctions in labor disputes, creating an independent Department of Labor in the Cabinet, and strengthening and extending the operation of the civil service laws. The most important sentence in the labor plank read that there should be no abridgment of the right of the wage earners and producers to organize for the protection of wages, and the improvement in labor conditions, to the end that such organizations and their members should not be regarded as illegal combinations in restraint of trade. 34. Gompers came to the Democratic Convention determined to line up support for the nomination of Champ Clark of Missouri as the presidential candidate, and he urged William Jennings Bryan to get behind the Speaker of the House, who, as indicated above, was considered by the AFL to be a friend of organized labor. 3. The AFL regarded the move to nominate Woodrow Wilson, governor of New Jersey, as the Democratic standard-bearer with a notable lack of enthusiasm. In February, 1912, AFL trade unionists in Des Moines, Iowa had sent a long memorandum to the Executive Council urging it to support Clark as the Democratic presidential candidate and particularly to oppose Wilson's nomination. It called attention to the reactionary, anti-labor views Wilson had expressed prior to his election as governor of New Jersey. It pointed out that in his History of the American People, he had denounced the railroad strikers of 1877, had condemned the Pullman strike of 1894 and praised President Cleveland's action in breaking the strike, had attributed the violence in strikes to foreign agitators who had brought their doctrines to America and had infected American workingmen with them, had referred to the immigrants from Southern Europe as being even less desirable than the Chinese, and had deplored the dictation of labor organizations. The Iowa Unionists also stressed the fact that Wilson was in the good graces of the House of Morgan, as indicated by the fact that his candidacy was being boomed by Harper's Weekly, which was controlled by J. P. Morgan. They pointed out that his criticism of Bryan, his expressed hope that something might be done to knock Mr. Bryan once and for all into a cocked hat, and his reference to the supporters of Bryan as the alien element, all showed him to be clearly unworthy of labor's support. 36. There was considerable substance to these charges, even though they did not tell the whole story of Wilson's relations with organized labor prior to his being considered for the Democratic presidential nomination. In the main, his treatment of labor in this multi-volume History of the American People, published in 1902, was, as one historian has noted, very conservative. 37. He did condemn the great railroad strikes and declared that such struggles had to be crushed by sheer authority. He did praise Cleveland's strike-breaking role in the Pullman strike. He did slander the immigrants from Southern Europe, and attribute strike violence exclusively to the work of foreign agitators, while ignoring the force and violence used by employers to smash the labor movement. 3. But he also attributed the growth of the trade union movement to the concentration of capital in the hands of Small groups of men who seemed to be in a position to control at their leisure the productive industries of the country, a development which forced the working men of the industrial East to organize themselves for the protection and advancement of their own special interests. 39. He also criticized court actions against the right to organize, noting that the courts were forced to execute, sometimes very harshly, the law against conspiracy, fitting formulas originated in an age gone by to circumstances more difficult to form their judgments upon than any a past age had produced. 40. In general, Wilson revealed in his history that he regarded both capital and labor as threats to the traditional American liberty and freedom, and that of the two groups, he regarded the trade unions as the greater menace since they were dominated by class interests and engaged in violence. 41. In 1902, Wilson was elected president of Princeton University, and while his role in attempting to abolish the exclusive fraternity cliques gained him a reputation as a liberal reformer, his attitude toward organized labor during his university presidency caused him to be viewed as a supporter of the open shop. In his Credo, published in 1907, and again in his 1909 address to the Princeton graduating class, he placed himself on record against trade unions on the grounds that they were injurious to the best interests of individual workers. The labor of America, he told the Princeton graduates as he concluded his vicious attack on organized labor, is rapidly becoming unprofitable under its present regulation by those who have determined to reduce it to a minimum. Our economic supremacy may be lost because the country grows more and more full of unprofitable servants. 42. In the same year, in reply to an invitation to speak at a banquet of the Anti-Boycott Association, he wrote, "I am a fierce partisan of the open shop and of everything that makes for individual liberty." 43. These statements endeared Wilson to the conservative Democratic businessmen, many of whom were his intimate friends, who were grooming him for governor of New Jersey as the first step on the road to the White House. 44. Wilson himself later conceded that he had obtained all his information about trade unions from those who do employ labor on a large scale. 45. But organized labor in New Jersey did not share the enthusiasm of the business groups for the Princeton University president, and when he was proposed in 1910 as Democratic candidate for governor, the labor movement in the state opposed his nomination, branding him as the tool or agent of Wall Street interests, and as a man who had publicly shown his antagonism to organized labor. The state Federation of Labor urged every trade unionist and wage earner in the state of New Jersey to oppose his nomination, and if nominated by the interests of Wall Street, to do their utmost to defeat him and teach the financial interests of Wall Street, New York, that the honest voters and trades unionists of the state of New Jersey are perfectly capable of selecting their own governor. 46 inches. Evidently, Wilson wrote to George Harvey, the cue is to be to quote me as the enemy of organized labor, but no doubt I could take care of myself on those heads if nominated with the proper unanimity. 47. His method of taking care of himself, after his nomination, was to claim that he had been misrepresented. In a public statement, he declared, "I have always been the warm friend of organized labor. It is, in my opinion, not only perfectly legitimate, but absolutely necessary that labor should organize if it is to secure justice from organized capital, and obtain legislation that will impose full legal responsibility upon the employer for his treatment of his employees and for their protection against accident, to secure just and adequate wages, and to put reasonable limits upon the working day, for there is a sense in which the condition of labor is the condition of the nation itself. I am much more afraid that the great corporations, combinations, and trusts will do the country deep harm than I am that labor organizations will harm it." 48. But the New Jersey trade unionists were not impressed, and the secretary of the State Federation of Labor announced sarcastically that the fact that Wilson was seeking the governorship accounted for his rapid change of heart. 49. Handbills flooded the state quoting from Wilson's baccalaureate address of 1909, in which he had attacked the restrictive practices of unions. On the other hand, the pro-labor acts of Wilson's Republican opponent, Vivian M. Lewis, were extolled, and the leaflets, distributed in bulk to the trade unions for circulation among their members, told the laboring man to vote for Lewis. So Wilson sought to counter this effective Republican campaign strategy by repeating over and over that he was a true friend of organized labor whose views had been misrepresented, that he had only criticized certain phases of trade union activity, and was certain that organized labor wanted this kind of friend rather than a hypocritical endorser of everything it did. He proposed that a workable employers' liability law be enacted, one that would work without being worked. A good workman's compensation law was a key demand of the New Jersey trade unions, SI. The State Federation of Labor, however, stood by its resolution. In a statement to the press, the Executive Council called upon the workers in the state to abide by the resolution adopted by the State Federation of Labor opposing the candidacy of Woodrow Wilson for governor. 52. But Wilson did succeed in winning over a section of the labor vote as a result of his campaign activity and pledges. In any event, he certainly went to the governor's mansion with a better understanding of the labor movement and its significance in politics. 53. Wilson's fight against bossism in New Jersey during his administration as governor made him a national figure. As far as labor specifically was concerned, he kept his pledge to enact a forward-looking Workmen's Compensation Act, and he also supported 15 other measures proposed by the New Jersey State Federation of Labor. These included a fire escape law, a child labor law, a law regulating employment agencies, and a factory inspection law. 54. However, he refused to sign the amendments to one of his 7 sister antitrust bills exempting trade unions and farmers' organizations from prosecution as conspiracies in unreasonable restraint of trade, a stand which, in the eyes of the National AFL, was more important in evaluating his presidential prospects from the standpoint of organized labor than his support of social legislation, SS. As far as Gompers was concerned, Wilson's opposition to these amendments, along with his earlier views on organized labor, indicated that he did not understand labor problems, and was not suited to occupy the White House. 56. However, the New Jersey Federation of Labor did not share Gom***. In his inaugural address as governor, Wilson explained what he meant by this expression. We must have a Working Man's Compensation Act which will not put upon him the burden of fighting powerful composite employers to obtain his rights, but which will give him his rights without suit directly, and without contest, by automatic operation of law, as if a law of insurance. Newark Evening News, Jan. 18, 1911. Hers, views. And, aware that the AFL Executive Council was campaigning for Champ Clark, it adopted a resolution declaring that because efforts were being made to place Wilson in a false position as to his attitude towards organized labor would be derelict in its duty if it allowed to pass this opportunity to show appreciation for services rendered the workers of New Jersey. Then, after listing the benefits it had received under Wilson, the resolution concluded by commending him for his unremitting and untiring efforts in assisting to bring about better conditions for the wage earners of New Jersey. Quote, printed in pamphlet form, this resolution was distributed to all the delegates at the Democratic Convention and helped to bring about Wilson's nomination on the 46th ballot, thus ending the longest balloting at any Democratic convention since the Civil War. 57. Although Wilson's nomination was a disappointment to Gompers, 58, the AFL endorsement of the Democratic Party would have followed automatically had not the situation been complicated by the unexpected appearance on the political scene of a third party, the Progressive Party. The new party movement emerged out of an attempt long in preparation by the insurgent Republicans to bring about the nomination of a progressive Republican candidate to succeed Taft. Senate Robert M. La Follette was the initial leader of this insurgent group, but by the end of 1911, to La Follette's surprise and chagrin, the leadership of the movement was taken over by ex-President Theodore Roosevelt. With the country on the verge of rebellion against the status quo in the political and economic life of the nation, Roosevelt, who did not underestimate the extent of the industrial and agrarian unrest, set out to adjust the Republican Party to the changed economic conditions and thus keep the unrest from flowing into more radical channels. 59. As the election of 1912 approached, he abandoned support of his old protege, Taft, and threw his hat in the ring for the Republican presidential nomination. Roosevelt secured the support of most of the delegates from those states in which primary elections were held, but Taft, who controlled the party machinery, was supported by a majority of the delegates from the states which selected delegates by the usual boss-dominated methods. There were, however, 252 contested seats, and if these cases had been decided in Roosevelt's favor, he would have won the nomination. But they were not, and when the Republican convention decided them in Taft's favor, Roosevelt announced plans for the formation of a new party. At a special convention held in August 1912, the new third party was launched as the Progressive Bull Moose party with Roosevelt as its presidential candidate. Although the Progressive Platform called for a wide range of reforms relating to government, such as the direct primary and the referendum initiative and recall of elected officials, it gave particular attention to labor's demands in an effort to attract the labor vote. The worker was to be protected in case of industrial accident, with the burden shifted from the family to industry in the event of injury, industrial disease, or death. Minimum safety and health standards were to be fixed by law, and wages, hours, and conditions of work publicized. Child labor was to be abolished, and the 8-hour day was to prevail for women and young persons, as well as for all industries that worked round the clock. 1 day in 7 was to be set aside for rest. Minimum wage legislation for women in industry was to be enacted. Industrial research laboratories were to be established, as were continuation schools for industrial education. A scheme of social insurance, including unemployment insurance and old age pensions, was to be devised and adopted. If a state or federal law was declared unconstitutional by the courts, this decision was to be submitted to the vote of the people. Contract convict labor was to be abolished, and a Department of Labor established in the President's cabinet. The platform said nothing about revising the Sherman Anti-Trust Act to exclude labor from prosecution under its provisions, but on the subject of injunctions, it had the following plank. We believe that the issuance of injunctions in cases arising out of labor disputes should be prohibited when such injunctions would not apply when no labor disputes existed. We also believe that a person cited for contempt in labor disputes, except when such contempt was committed in the actual presence of the court, or so near as to interfere with the proper administration of justice, should have a right to trial by jury. 60. Apart from that of the Socialist Party, the Progressive Party's platform was the most advanced of the party platforms in the 1912 campaign. Had La Follette been the presidential nominee on this platform, he would undoubtedly have gained widespread labor support and made it difficult for the AFL leadership to endorse the Democrats' other progressive planks, the exemption of unions from prosecution, for he had earned the admiration of many workers as a champion of organized labor. In 1908, as head of the Wisconsin delegation to the Republican National Convention, he had drawn up and presented the Socialist Party platform included every one of the progressive planks. In fact, the Socialists claimed that January 9, 1909, devoted considerable space to the problems in the Socialist Party, but, in addition, it demanded public works for unemployed workers, complete abolition of injunctions in labor disputes, removal of trade unions from the operation of the antitrust law, and called on class-conscious workers to break the fetters of wage slavery and fit themselves for a future society. Ira Kipnis, The American Socialist Movement, 1897–1912, New York, 1952, p. 366. Minority Report to the Resolutions Committee, which demanded, among other progressive planks, the exemption of unions from prosecution under antitrust laws and the prohibition of the issuance of injunctions in labor disputes. The report was overwhelmingly rejected as socialistic, but the trade union press hailed the Wisconsin Progressive as a true friend of organized labor. 61 La Follette's weekly magazine, launched on January 9, 1909, devoted considerable space to the problems and demands of organized labor, and many of its articles and editorials were reprinted in the labor press. 62. In 1910, La Follette introduced a bill in the Senate, proposed by the Sailors' Union of the Pacific, which sought to protect liberty of contract for American seamen, to provide better living conditions aboard ship, to prevent the undermanning of vessels, and to do away with the crimping and shanghaiing of American sailors. The basic purpose of the legislation was to liberate seamen from what amounted to virtual slavery. Under the existing law, seamen were bound to their ship by contract, and if they quit their ships before the contracts expired, no matter what the cause, they not only forfeited all of their wages, but were also liable to imprisonment as well. In 1898, the White Act was passed, which limited the penalty for desertion in various ports to loss of wages and clothing, but the provisions of that law were not enforced. Andrew Forsyth, the leader of the Sailors' Union, devoted all his time and energy from 1894 to 1911 to lobbying for new legislation. He made little progress until he secured La Follette's support. La Follette in the Senate and William B. Wilson in the House led the battle on behalf of the seamen. In 1911, a measure sponsored by La Follette failed to pass, but in 1912, it passed both the House and the Senate. However, President Taft vetoed the measure and the problem was carried over to the new administration. La Follette continued to lead the congressional battle for decent conditions for seamen. 63. In 1911, La Follette took up the cause of the workers employed in the Post Office Department, whose right to organize was being bitterly opposed by the Postmaster General. The department was penalizing and discharging these workers for forming their own unions and seeking to affiliate with the AFL. It expected little opposition from Congress, but La Follette took up the struggle of the railway mail clerks and sent every clerk a list of questions, assuring them that all answers would be kept confidential. He was quickly swamped with mail in which the railway mail clerks described acts of intimidation, coercion, and other forms of tyranny on the part of superintendents and other officials of the Railway Mail Service, and in which they expressed their desire to organize and join the AFL. Early in August 1912, La Follette delivered a speech in the Senate in behalf of his amendment to the Post Office Appropriations Bill which would have prevented the discharge or other penalizing of postal employees for forming unions of their own choosing. He emphasized that he had received 15,000 letters from mail clerks and that many of them had been opened by the Post Office Department, a method of espionage that he characterized as similar to that in operation in Tsarist Russia. The speech aroused widespread comment. The amendment passed the Senate and became part of the law governing the removal of employees from the civil service. 64. By the time the national political conventions met, La Follette was clearly the outstanding senatorial champion of organized labor. His nomination as the progressive presidential candidate would have struck a responsive chord among many trade unionists. 65. On the other hand, Roosevelt was heartily disliked in some labor circles and distrusted in most. His sudden conversion to sympathy for organized labor and its problems when he resumed political activities in 1910 could not erase his past record in the White House. As president, he had furthered the Opens Hop movement by his action in the Miller case, had done nothing to halt the use of injunctions in labor disputes or to advance the movement to amend the Sherman Act to eliminate trade unions from its effects, had issued an executive order which forbade a federal employee from petitioning for redress of grievances, and had helped break the Chicago Teamsters strike. Labor, therefore, understandably refused to respond to Roosevelt's blandishments. When the former president called upon the trade unions of New York to vote Republican in the 1910 gubernatorial election, and stand with us, for we are fighting the wage workers' battle, a labor mass meeting answered him by pointing out that no one who had only recently begun to pose as the champion of the working man should advise labor on how to vote. The meeting thereupon endorsed John A. Dix, the Democratic candidate for governor. 66. Roosevelt was, as Professor Eric F. Goldman puts it, progressivism incarnate, for the vast majority of reformers. The movement he led quickly assumed the character of a religious crusade, attracting not only the great majority of the insurgent Republicans from the western states. In 1903, Roosevelt reinstated William A. Miller, an employee in the bindery department of the government printing office who had been discharged after he had been dropped from the bookbinders' union for anti-union activities. In his action, Roosevelt came out in favor of the open shop principle. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, Volume 3, pp. 51-52. But also a whole host of social workers and social reformers, along with politicians who had previously not been associated with reform movements. The reformers saw at last a chance for the realization of their dreams. The reason for this, as Professor Richard Hofstadter points out, was that the progressive mind was easy to please. 67. Labor, however, was harder to please. The labor planks of the progressive platform notwithstanding, organized labor felt that Roosevelt was not really sympathetic to labor's fundamental right to organize. The Western Federation of Miners identified him as a pawn in the game, which the industrial autocrats were playing. 68 Certainly, the fact that a large part of the Progressive Party's financial support was derived from the contributions of the heads of great corporations lent substance to Labor's suspicions. 69 inches The profit of the common people in this instance has more millionaires in his train than anyone who before lifted a strange banner, the Boston Globe commented editorially on August 4, 1912. Roosevelt regarded these millionaires as sufficiently high-minded and far-sighted to see that in the long run privilege spells destruction not only to the class harmed by it, but the class possessing it. To Roosevelt and his capitalist supporters, the Progressive Party was a means of staving off revolution. 70 is George W. Perkins, a former partner of J. P. Morgan and a substantial contributor to the Progressive Party's campaign fund, put it, "Federal legislation is feasible, and if we unite to work for it now we may be able to secure it. Whereas, if we continue to fight against it much longer, the incoming tide may sweep the question along either to government ownership or to socialism." 71. But many trade unionists were unwilling to trust capitalists who assumed a progressive air only to stave off more radical movements, and the fact that the Progressive platform had, at Perkins' insistence, eliminated all references to the Sherman Antitrust Act and the need to amend it in labor's interest, was proof that the capitalist forces exercised a powerful, if not dominant influence over the new party. 72 Furthermore, the more advanced elements in the labor movement were antagonized by the color line drawn by the new party and its lily-white setup in the South. 73. The 1912 campaign. Nevertheless, as the campaign progressed, Roosevelt made headway in winning labor support for the Progressive Party. This was partly because of the wide publicity that the labor planks of the party's platform was receiving, partly because the progressives kept Perkins out of active participation in the campaign, and partly, too, because Roosevelt made effective use of the tariff issue in appealing to workers in industries receiving huge benefits from protection, who, according to Roosevelt, would bear the brunt of unemployment and reduced wages when a Democratic administration removed it. 74 But his most effective argument was his presentation of Wilson's earlier statements on organized labor which, Roosevelt charged, proved that the Democratic candidate was an enemy of the trade union movement. 75. This was not an easy argument for the Democrats to answer, even though Gompers had been won over. On July 9, 1912, a few weeks before the Democratic convention, Wilson met with Gompers and other AFL leaders in Trenton. In that meeting, Gompers wrote later, "I felt my prejudices disappearing before the sincerity and obvious humanitarianism of the man. I left Trenton very much relieved." 76. Nevertheless, Gompers did not endorse Wilson. The August, 1912 issue of the American Federationist treated the Democratic Party more favorably than the Republicans, but no preference was shown for any presidential candidate. They, the workers, Gompers wrote, will keep in mind the failure of the one, the Republican Party, and the response and good faith of the other, the Democratic Party, and, at the right time, in a most effective manner, manifest their own interest by the exercise of their great privilege, the franchise. 77 But this rather lukewarm endorsement did not satisfy the Democratic Party. On August 10, 1912, John W. Kern, who had been chairman of the Democratic Platform Committee, wrote to Gompers urging that the Executive Council issue a public statement pointing out why the Democratic Party merited Labor's support in the election. He reminded Gompers that the Labor plank in the Democratic platform was written by yourself and adopted by the Committee on Resolutions without the dotting of an I, or the crossing of a T. 78 Gompers did not reply for more than a month, and when he did, he sent Kern a copy of the special campaign issue of the AFL's weekly newsletter which officially announced the 1912 position of the Federation, as agreed upon by the Executive Council. 79 Most of the issue was devoted to an analysis of the labor provisions of the three-party platforms. The Republican Party was accused of having totally ignored the questions of labor's demands. The Democrats were praised for having reaffirmed the favorable platform planks of 1908, and the labor section of the Progressive Party platform was characterized as equally outspoken and favorable. Workers were cautioned that parties and candidates are to be judged by their actions in preference to their declarations. On this score, The Republicans clearly merited no support from organized labor. So long as it has had entire control of the legislation and the administration, it was quite impossible to get from it any consideration, much less action, on any fundamental question affecting the rights, interests of injustice due to the toilers of our country. The publication reminded the workers that the Democratic-controlled House of Representatives, which had convened in March 1911, had passed 28 measures desired by labor, while the Republican Senate had rejected 17 of them. In conclusion, the Executive Council commended the Friends of Labor in Congress for their services, regardless of party affiliation. We cannot express too great an appreciation of the work done in the interests of labor and humanity by the 15 trade union members in the House of Representatives, by the Democratic members of both House and Senate, as well as the assistance rendered by the Progressive Republicans. 80. While this statement, signed by the AFL Executive Council, helped promote the Democratic cause, it certainly did not do much to counter the appeal of the Progressives, especially since it kept Wilson's name completely in the background. It seemed obvious that if the Democratic candidate was to win any substantial labor support, he would have to erase the image created by his past statements, which the Progressives were doing their utmost to fix in the minds of the workers, and to advance a positive program of his own. His campaign speeches offered him the opportunity to accomplish this, but a study of his early campaign speeches indicates that he did not seem to realize this. To be sure, in his acceptance speech, he referred to the working people as the backbone of the nation, and said, "The welfare, the happiness, the energy, the spirit of the men and women who daily work in our mines and factories, on our railroads, in our offices and marts of trade, on our farms and on the sea, is the essence of our national life." 81. But there was nothing here that could not have been uttered by any other candidate for the presidency, including Taft. Then, on August 28, 1912, Wilson met Louis D. Brandeis, the people's lawyer, for the first time. This meeting represented a turning point for Wilson, for, as Professor Arthur S. Link, the letting Wilson scholar points out, it was to have momentous consequences for the presidential campaign and for the whole course of domestic reform during the Wilson administration. 82. Brandeis helped to shape many of the ideas that went into the New Freedom, but his influence on Wilson's ideas on labor and the labor movement was especially significant. Brandeis emphasized that the movement for greater political democracy, expressed in such demands as the direct primary, initiative, referendum, and recall, were meaningless unless they were accompanied by industrial democracy. Without industrial democracy, he maintained, political democracy was a mockery. Industrial democracy required that the employees must have the opportunity of participating in the decisions as to what shall be their conditions and how the business shall be run. This, in turn, could best be achieved by the organizing power of labor. Hence, labor's right to organize and bargain collectively was the key to the achievement of industrial democracy, which, in turn, would give substance to political democracy. Brandeis further emphasized that the state should remain neutral in the class struggle and should not enact social legislation in favor of labor, unless the concentrated power of business threatened to destroy unionism. Then, the state must in some way come to the aid of the working man if democratization is to be secured. 83. Thus, according to Brandeis, labor's demand for the right to organize and bargain collectively meant much more than hours, wages, and working conditions, for without the first two preconditions, the others would have no substantial power behind them to ensure their enforcement. This principle was, of course, in substantial agreement with the approach of the national leadership of the AFL, especially as enunciated by its chief spokesman, Samuel Gompers. Actually, Brandeis endorsed some of the criticisms of AFL policy made by militant unionists, especially of its failure to organize the mass of the unorganized workers, and he differed with the leaders of the AFL on the question of scientific management and the Taylor system, which he supported and they opposed. But in the main, he supported the trade union outlook of the Federation's leadership. 84*. Too much reliance on social legislation, Brandeis said, would destroy the labor unions, the great protection of the working man against the trusts. New York Times, Sept. 19, 1912. Gabriel Kolko maintains that Brandeis was really anti-labor in fact as well as principle, defending the right of labor to organize but only in open shops, and urging the incorporation of trade unions so that they might be sued, thereby forcing them to act conservatively. The triumph of conservatism, A Reinterpretation of American History, 1900-1916, New York, 1963, pp. 207-08. Frederick Winslow Taylor advocated scientific management not only as a means of restoring full control of production to management and of speeding up workers, but also as a weapon to eliminate unionism. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, Volume 3, pp. 43-44. Brandeis, influence on Wilson's campaign appeal to labor soon became evident. At their first meeting, he pointed out to Wilson that the key weakness in the Progressive Party's platform was its failure to pledge support for labor's demand for the right to organize and bargain collectively. Therefore, the social legislation promised by the Third Party was welfare, assistance to labor which, in the absence of strong trade unions, would, like all other forms of paternalism, produce little of lasting value for the workers. The democratic position, he insisted, must be to couple the right to organize with the need for social legislation wherever it was required to protect labor from the overwhelming power of industry. The basic principle was expressed in the idea, our industrial freedom and civic freedom go hand in hand and there is no such thing as civic freedom in a state of industrial absolutism. 85. Following his meeting with Brandeis, Wilson began to emphasize two principles in his campaign speeches which clearly reflected the attorney's influence: organization of labor, and legislation to protect labor from the heartlessness of industry. In his speech in Minneapolis on September 18, he discussed at length the need to conserve the human resources of America, and particularly advocated improvement of working conditions in the factories. I say, he declared, that property rights as compared to the vital less than blood of the American people must take second place. What is the use of having industry if we die in producing it? 86 inches. What I am interested in, he said in another speech, is having the government of the United States more concerned about human rights than about property rights. Property is an instrument of humanity, humanity isn't an instrument of property. I tell you solemnly, ladies and gentlemen, he declared in a speech in Newark, New Jersey, we cannot postpone social justice any longer in the United States. 87. On September 26, Wilson spoke in Fall River, Massachusetts. Many workers in the shoe factories of Massachusetts had been impressed by the labor planks in the Progressive Party platform, and support for Roosevelt was especially strong in these areas. In his Fall River speech, Wilson placed major emphasis on labor's right to organize, asserting unequivocally that it should be granted that right and stressing that it was a key feature of the new freedom. The Democratic platform, he went on, recognized that right, while the Progressive platform ignored it. The former demanded revision of the Sherman Antitrust Act to exclude trade unions from its provisions, while the latter was silent on this issue. The right to organize on the part of labor is not recognized by the laws of the United States, and nowhere in the third-term platform is it promised that the right will be granted. Any employer can dismiss all his workmen for no other reason than that they belong to a union. So the thing is absolutely one-sided. I believe we ought to hold a brief for the legal right of labor to organize. 88. The idea that the law was one-sided in dealing with the right of workers to join unions was stressed in other speeches by Wilson, and he called for a change in the law to recognize and safeguard labor's right to organize. He also criticized the courts and judges for making the one-sided nature of the law even worse by their decisions. He called upon judges to understand the world in which they lived as far as labor-capital relations were concerned. They had not, he maintained, opened their eyes to the modern world, and they must begin immediately to recognize a new concept in two important areas, in recognizing the right of labor to organize, and in the protection of the worker in matters of health and injury. 89. Wilson also criticized Roosevelt's emphasis on the need for social legislation in order to keep labor from seeking more radical solutions. We shall never get very far in the settlement of these vital matters so long as we regard everything done for the working man, by law or by private agreement, as a concession yielded to keep from agitation and a disturbance of our peace. On the contrary, he declared, these laws were needed in order to give substance to American democracy, and they were owed to the workers by society as a whole. Organization cannot accomplish what society as a whole can accomplish through appropriate legislation. 90. in addition to influencing Wilson's course during the campaign. Brandeis also wrote and spoke in behalf of the Democratic candidate. On September 17, he spoke before the convention of the Massachusetts State Federation of Labor and criticized the Progressive Party as a pretended friend of labor. He asserted flatly that labor could hope for nothing from this new party with its platform that stood for the perpetuation and extension of private monopoly in industry. The proposals for social legislation in the new party's platform were admirable, he conceded, but he then went on to characterize them as really worthless, even if enacted into law, because there was no guarantee of labor's right to organize. Unless the right to organize is preserved and developed, all the laws. Wilson did not refer to the Progressive Party by name. The reference to the third-term party is to the fact that Roosevelt had been president previously for nearly 2 terms. Advocated in the new party platform, even if upheld by the courts, would be little better than dead letters. And he went on. Nowhere in that long and comprehensive platform, neither in its nobly phrased statement of principles, nor its general recommendations, nor in its enumeration of specific measures, can there be found any pledge to secure the right of labor to organize, without which all other grants and concessions for improvement of the condition of the workingmen is futile. 91. The Democrats supplemented Wilson's and Brandeis' speeches with literature directed at winning the labor vote. One widely distributed pamphlet, entitled Which Party Can Labor Trust?, praised the pro-labor legislative program of the Democratic House elected in 1910. It branded the Republican Party as antagonistic to labor, and condemned Roosevelt for having failed to secure remedial legislation in the interest of labor during his presidential administration. 92 Another pamphlet, entitled What Democrats Have Done for Labor, and featuring on its cover a picture of William B. Wilson, the trade unionist chairman of the House Committee on Labor, carried a summary of the legislation of interest to labor that had been adopted by the Democratic-controlled House. 93. Gompers made only a few speeches in the campaign, for, as he explained later, experience in the previous presidential campaign of 1908 after the attacks were made against my associates, and particularly against me, indicated that I could best help in the campaign by counsel and assistance rather than conspicuous service that would focus attacks upon me. 94 This policy, however, did not prevent the New York Times from calling for popular wrath against the Democratic Party because its labor plank represented a virtual vote of confidence in the AFL in general, and in Gompers in particular. 95. In the October American Federationist, Gompers condemned the Republican platform and nominee, praised Wilson and the Democratic platform, and declared that although the Progressive platform and Roosevelt's labor pronouncements were highly gratifying to labor, it had been unable to obtain legislative protection while Roosevelt was president. In the next issue, the final one before the election, Gompers endorsed Wilson's candidacy, noting casually that the Progressive platform contained favorable provisions for labor, but making no mention of Roosevelt. 96 There is no record of any expenditures made by the AFL for political activity during the 1912 presidential campaign. CU S. Congress House of Representatives, 63rd. Congress, Saint Session, Hearings before the Committee on the Judiciary, Serial 14, Part 1. Washington, 1914, p. 2423. With Taft labeling Wilson a radical, asserting that the coming of social justice involved a forced division of property, and that means socialism, and predicting that a Democratic victory would introduce class legislation designed to secure immunity for lawlessness in labor disputes on the part of the laborers. 97 The Democratic candidate grew in popularity with the workers, and many of them rallied to his slogan of the New Freedom. The election returns resulted in a Democratic landslide which far exceeded the wildest hopes of the AFL leaders. The popular vote was 873. Not only was Wilson elected the first Democratic chief executive since Cleveland in the 1890s, but the Democrats, for the first time in many years, gained domination of both houses of Congress by comfortable majorities. And 17 of the newly elected congressmen were members of trade unions. The victory represented the high peak of the reform movement, which had been steadily gaining momentum and volume ever since the beginning of the century. As Professor Arthur S. Link remarks, the country was now overwhelmingly progressive in temper. 98. Although it was obvious that a good many workers had voted for either Debs or Roosevelt, 99 Gompers was quick to claim that the AFL deserved a large part of the credit for the Democratic victory. We did not go into the open this time, but we made our fight just the same, he declared in a press interview directly after the election. 100 later, in 1914, testifying before the House Judiciary Committee, Gompers was asked what party Labour had supported in 1912. He replied, "The Labour interests opposed particularly the re-election of Mr. Taft, and in order to accomplish that as best we could, we aided in every way we could the election of Mr. Wilson." 101. One thing, at least, was certain. The newly elected president had clearly and unequivocally pledged himself to support organized labor's key demands, and had acknowledged that they were at the foundation of his New Freedom program. It looked as if a new era had indeed dawned for American labor. Chapter 5. The Fruits of Victory. The Democratic victory in the 1912 presidential election was a fortunate stroke indeed for the AFL leadership. The demand for an independent Labour Party had been gaining more and more support in AFL unions. At the 1912 convention, held after the election, the agitation for such a party was evident in an impressive body of resolutions from affiliates urging the Executive Council to call a convention of Labour and its friends to lay the foundation for a new political organization. The Gompers administration conceded that the demand for an independent Labour Party was greater than ever before, but it countered with the argument that there was actually less need for it than at any time in the past. After many years of fighting against seeming hopeless odds in the legislative field, it contended, the unions at last had a friendly face in the White House, and a party in power that was definitely prepared to do something concrete for labor's claims. You have a Democratic House, you are going to have a Democratic Senate, and you have been promised that all these laws of which labor has complained are going to be remedied, Gompers argued. The people who have confidence in the Democratic Party, I believe, can afford to wait patiently on their promises. 1. Beginning of the Wilson administration. This argument was effective in convincing all but the socialists to adopt a wait-and-see attitude. But Gompers was well aware that only results would satisfy the forces in the Federation who were clamoring for a Labour Party. If the administration fulfilled its pledges in good faith, he wrote, the political policies which I helped to inaugurate would have proved themselves. 2. On February 12, 1913, Gompers requested a meeting with Wilson to discuss this very problem. He and Frank Morrison met with the president-elect, and they were assured by Wilson that they would not be disappointed with the labor program he would outline in his inaugural address. 3. In that address, Wilson stressed the need to fulfill the pledges his party had made to labor during the campaign and called for a broad program of social legislation. This is no sentimental duty. The firm basis of government is justice, not pity. These are matters of justice. There can be no equality of opportunity, the first essential of justice in the body politic, if men and women and children be not shielded in their lives, their very vitality, from the consequences of great industrial and social processes which they cannot alter, control or singly cope with. Society must see to it that it does not itself crush or weaken or damage its own constituent parts. The first duty of law is to keep sound the society it serves. Sanitary laws, pure food laws, and laws determining conditions of labor which individuals are powerless to determine for themselves are intimate parts of the very business of justice and legal efficiency. 4. Morrison, who attended the inauguration, was jubilant. You said to Mr. Gompers and myself, he wrote to the president, that you thought we would be satisfied with your address. I am satisfied and will do what I can to have Congress enact the legislation necessary to secure the splendid reforms which you have clearly outlined in your address. The AFL secretary expressed confidence that the enactment of these laws by Congress would gradually eliminate from our present civilization the many inequalities and injustices which weigh heavily upon many of our people. 5. Wilson's early appointments, in the main, heightened the feeling of elation at AFL headquarters. Most important was the appointment of William B. Wilson is Secretary of the new Department of Labor. The comment of the New York Times that the appointment of the former Secretary-Treasurer of the United Mine Workers was made at the instigation of Samuel Gompers, and that of the New York Herald that the department should be called the new Department of Union Labor, where agitation for a Department of Labor was begun soon after the Civil War by William H. Silvis. The movement was taken up by the Knights of Labor, and that effort led to the establishment in 1888 of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. After the decline of the Knights, the movement was continued by the AFL. The creation of the Department of Labor and Commerce in 1903, of which labor disapproved, intensified the struggle for a voice in the President's Cabinet, which culminated in 1913. Con Lombardi, Labor's voice in the Cabinet, New York, 1942, pp. 1-7. Jonathan Grossman, The Origin of the U.S. Department of Labor, Monthly Labor Review, March, 1973, pp. 3-7. Typical of the conservative reaction to the appointment. 6 But organized labor regarded it as proof that Wilson intended to fulfill his campaign pledges. Gompers expressed a common feeling in trade union circles when he wrote to the president that the appointment marked the first time in the history of our government that a workman, truly representative of the human side of the rights, the interest and the welfare of the working people of America, was the head of a great department in the government of the United States, the first time that a workman, representative of the workers, became a member of the cabinet of the president. 7. Organized labor also greeted with enthusiasm the appointment of Lewis F. Post, leading, single-tax, proponent, longtime friend of the labor movement, and liberal editor of The Public, the Chicago weekly that led the fight for municipal ownership, social reform, and the right of labor to organize. Wilson's refusal to yield to conservative pressure against Post's appointment as Assistant Secretary of Labor was hailed by the trade unions. Wilson's response to criticism of his designation of the pro-labor editor was that he has enthusiasm for the right things. 8. The appointment of Charles P. Neal as Commissioner of Labor Statistics was also applauded by labor, especially since it was bitterly opposed by Southern anti-labor senators. Neal had conducted an investigation in 1907 of labor conditions in the Southern mills for the Department of Commerce, and his critical report on these conditions had infuriated Southern industrialists. Their rage, when Wilson nominated Neal, was to be expected, but, despite their opposition and that of the Southern senators, the appointment was confirmed by the Senate. 9. Even apart from the Secretary of Labor, several members of Wilson's cabinet were friendly to labor. Franklin K. Lane, Secretary of the Interior, had frequently advised the AFL on legal matters relating to the injunction abuse and was regarded by Gompers as a man who had deep sympathy with the earnest aspirations of labor. 10. William Jennings Bryan, Secretary of State, had long enjoyed labor's confidence and support, and Secretary of the Navy Josephus Daniels was a close friend of William B. Wilson and had endorsed many of the pro-labor measures. On the other hand, social workers and liberal intellectuals criticized Wilson for appointing 3 conservative labor leaders, John Lennon and James O'Connell, AFL vice presidents, and Austin Gerritsen of the Railroad Brotherhoods as labor's representatives on the United States Commission of Industrial Relations. The critics felt that the socialist trade unions and the IWW should also have been represented. Gompers, however, insisted that only conservative labor be represented on the commission, and his view won out. Father John S. Smith, M.A., Organized Labor in the Wilson Era, 1913-1921, unpublished Ph.D. thesis, Catholic University of America, 1962, pp. 36-42. He had sponsored in Congress. Lindley M. Garrison, Secretary of War, was regarded by the United Mine Workers as a friend of labor. On the other hand, Secretary of Commerce William C. Redfield, Postmaster General Albert S. Burleson, and Attorney General James C. McReynolds were regarded as enemies of labor, and they soon proved themselves deserving of that designation. Still, Wilson's early appointments, like his inaugural address, seemed to hold out great promise for labor. No relief from the Sherman ACT. But the real test, as far as the AFL was concerned, was to come on labor's single most desired goal, relief from the Sherman Antitrust Act. During the campaign, Wilson had declared that his administration would guarantee labor's right to organize and had stated that on this fundamental issue, the law was one-sided and required revision. Moreover, he had indicated that he was opposed to the unrestricted use of injunctions in labor disputes. While he had failed to provide any details as to how he intended to carry out these pledges, the trade unions assumed that they could expect substantial aid from him in the struggle to exempt labor from the jurisdiction of the Sherman Act. This aid, however, did not materialize. As soon as Congress convened in special session following Wilson's inauguration, the 17 labor congressmen introduced, with great anticipation, bills embodying the principles labor had up to that time sought unsuccessfully to have enacted. These included the Bacon-Bartlett Bill, the Clayton Anti-Injunction Bill, and the Clayton Anti-Contempt Bill. Under the provisions of the first of these measures, labor would be specifically eliminated from the Sherman Act's jurisdiction, and the issuance of injunctions in labor disputes would be strictly limited. Moreover, the bill defined property in a labor dispute in a manner that would make it impossible to construe it as the right to work or the right to carry on business. This constituted an important restriction on the ability of employers to use the courts to smash unions and break strikes by charging that organizing drives represented infringements on the rights of non-union workers to work and of employers to conduct their businesses. 11. Passage of all three of these measures was blocked by the administration during the first session of the 63rd Congress. In spite of the Democratic Party's commitment in its 1912 platform and his own pledges during the campaign, Wilson refused to lift a finger in favor of any bill which proposed to exempt labor from the Sherman Act, or even to limit the issuance of injunctions in labor disputes. 12. The only concession labor received during the first year of Wilson's administration in this connection was the enactment of the Sundry Civil Appropriations Bill, with the Hughes rider attached, which prevented the use of any of the appropriated funds by the government to prosecute labor under the Sherman Act. But this concession was not one without a struggle, and it soon proved to be of little practical value. No sooner was the bill reintroduced in Congress when the pressure from business groups to prevent its passage began. It was applied particularly to Wilson to influence him to follow Taft in vetoing the pro-labor rider should the bill, as seemed likely, pass both houses of Congress. Gompers was instantly alarmed. He did not at all feel sure that he, Wilson, was in accord with labor's position on the issue. Unable to see the president in person because of his own illness, Gompers sent Wilson a 13-page letter outlining why labor felt the passage of the rider to be a paramount issue. He denied that it represented class legislation. Those rights we wish restored are those rights necessary to conducting the normal activities of labor organization. Labor organizations are formed to protect workers in their rights against the cupidity of employers and combinations of employers dealing in products created by labor. The right to strike, to withhold labor power, is essential to the maintenance of the freedom of the workers. 13. 4 days later, Wilson replied, thanking Gompers for having helped him in thinking the problem through. He assured Gompers that he would give his letter the most careful consideration, for I am sure you know my disposition in matters of this kind. 14. Gompers felt relief, but only for the moment. The press reported that the NOM and other employers' associations were pouring protests into the White House urging Wilson to veto the rider on the ground that it was class legislation of the most vicious sort. 15. The newspapers themselves supplemented the appeals with editorials urging veto of this class legislation. 16. On April 25, 1913, the New York Times, which was regularly carrying editorials demanding the veto, reported gleefully that Wilson was weakening in the face of the pressure. Gompers, who was in the hospital recovering from a mastoid operation, immediately became worried again and sent Wilson a 23-page letter, stating even more fully the reasons why labor urged approval of the bill. Again, Wilson assured him that he was grateful for his advice. 17. But this time, Gomper's fears were not allayed by Wilson's assurances. He wrote to Morrison that further action was necessary to counter the NOM pressure for a veto, pointing out that Jam S. Kirby, the NOM president, had sent scare letters to employers all over the country urging them to flood Wilson with letters and telegrams demanding a veto. To offset this campaign, Gompers advised Morrison to ask Senator Hughes of N.J. and Representative Hamill of N.J. to accompany you and Vice President O'Connell to make a call upon President Wilson and seek to impress upon him the justice and urgency of his signing the bill. He continued, you should call his attention to the campaign of Kirby and the hostile press, etc. And also that we have not written or spoken to anyone throughout the country to even suggest that they write him to sign the bill, but if we had deemed that necessary could have millions of workers and friends of justice throughout all parts of the country to literally swamp him with resolutions and petitions, that we rested our position upon what I had written him and the announcements we saw published that he would sign the bill. The President's attention should be called to the promises and declarations of his party and of the Progressive Party and also the history of the struggle for this measure as well as the British trades dispute of 1906. Gompers concluded by noting that if the President refused to honor the pledges of his party and there was to be a fight, then, we might as well fight at once and in the open. 18. Regardless of whether or not Gompers would have carried out his threat to break with the Wilson administration, there was not to be any need for a fight. Wilson had already concluded that even if he signed the bill, there was no need to enforce it in a manner that would fulfill labor's expectations. Attorney General McReynolds had made it clear at a conference held on April 12 that the proviso merely prevented the prosecution of trade unions per se, but did not prevent the prosecution of trade unions for acts which the Justice Department might regard as unlawful. 19 Wilson himself had written privately to the president of the Pennsylvania Railroad on April 22, after the latter had urged him to veto the rider, that the proviso applied only to a single special additional appropriation, and did not restrict the Department of Justice from using money from the general fund, or restrict its discretion as to the character of the suits which it is to bring. 20. The bill passed both houses of Congress in mid-June, 1913, and Wilson, after holding it until the last possible moment, signed it. He accompanied his approval with a memorandum condemning the rider. If the labor proviso could have been separated from the rest of the bill, he wrote, he would have vetoed the item. In any event, he assured the rider's opponents not to be alarmed. The bill would not limit the actions of the Department of Justice in bringing suits whenever necessary. The actions of the department would be determined by impartial judgment, as to the true and just meaning of the substantial statutes of the United States. 21. In spite of this clear-cut repudiation of everything labor had hoped to gain from the bill, Gompers considered the signing of the measure a decisive victory for the rights and protection of labor. 22 But events quickly proved otherwise and demonstrated that much more was needed to protect labor's rights in the face of the continued hostility of the courts toward unionism. In April 1913, Chief Justice Prentice of Connecticut decided that a union was responsible for any loss of wages caused by a closed-shop agreement which prevented a non-union worker from working at his trade. On May 5, 1913, the Court of Appeals of the District of Columbia sustained a lower court in finding Gompers, Mitchell, and Morrison guilty of contempt in defying the Buck Stove and Range Company injunction. On December 18, 1913, the United States Circuit Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, in a hearing on the Danbury Hatters case, affirmed the findings of the Hartford trial court that a conspiracy had been entered into, as alleged in the complaint. This decision resulted in a judgment of $252,130, 90 being upheld against the 197 Hatters, Unionists. 23. What Gompers described as the culmination of judicial arrogance occurred on December 23, 1912, and the victims were the United Mine * on June 28, 1912. Justice Wright in the District of Columbia's lower court had again sentenced Gompers, Mitchell, and Morrison to jail. Gompers for 12 months, Morrison for 6 months, and Mitchell for 3 months. On the advice of their attorneys, the labor leaders appealed Wright's decision to the Court of Appeals, not on grounds of the right of boycott or the right to exercise free speech and press without the interference of injunctions, but mainly on the grounds that the statute of limitations barred any further prosecution of the alleged acts of contempt, and that the punishments meted out were cruel and unusual. Justice Van Orsdel of the Court of Appeals ruled that the statute of limitations did not apply, but he agreed that the punishment was unusual and excessive. He therefore reversed Wright's judgment and instructed him to impose sentences of 30 days for Gompers and $500 fine each for Mitchell and Morrison. Washington Herald, June 29, 1912, May 6, 1913. The ruling was appealed to the Supreme Court and, on May 11, 1914, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes read the High Court's opinion. The court refused to rule on the basic issues involved in the case, but held that since all charges against the defendants were more than 3 years old, the judgment was reversed. Thus, after 7 years of litigation, the Bucks Stove and Range case came to its end. As Gompers commented, the judiciary has refused to pass upon the great human issues involved in the case. The principles of justice have been lost in the maze of legalism. American Federationist, June, 1914, pp. 483-86. Workers, who were attempting to organize the coal mines of West Virginia. The lower court, in the first decision in the Hitchman Coal and Coke Company v. Mitchell, declared that the United Mine Workers Organization was an unlawful combination under the Sherman Act. The court based its decision on the aims and principles set forth in the Union's Constitution and on the Union's avowed objective of organizing the entire mining industry. Although there was no evidence that any of the miners had voiced any threat against the coal company, each miner, by membership in the Union, was held to be a co-conspirator with the Union officers. 24 Not only were the unions restricted, by this decision, in using their economic strength to gain their demands, but their very existence appeared to be in question. As Norman J. Ware points out, thus, finally a trade union as such became unlawful, a condition that had never existed in the United States up to that time. 25. On June 7, 1913, a few months after this sweeping decision, an indictment was brought against the leaders of the United Mine Workers under the Sherman Act for restraint of trade in seeking to unionize the West Virginia mines. The indictment was accompanied by a report, a portion of which also criticized certain mine operators for violating the law by entering into agreements with the UMW. But no indictment was returned against the coal operators. Why? Asked Gompers. Why is it that our laws may be perverted and interpreted to prevent those who toil from doing things necessary for their protection and betterment? Why is it men of wealth may with impunity break laws whose meaning is plain and unmistakable? 26 Gompers did not answer his own question. Although the indictment was dropped by the Department of Justice and never brought to trial, it provided proof that Attorney General McReynolds had meant what he had said when he told a conference in April that the enactment of the Sundry Civil Appropriations Bill would not prevent the department from prosecuting trade unions for acts which it considered unlawful. 27 Additional proof was provided in December 1913, during the Colorado coal strike, when John P. White, Frank Hayes, and William Green were charged with a conspiracy and restraint of trade for attempting to form a monopoly of labor, in other words, for attempting to organize the non-union Colorado mines. Here again, the indictment was dropped and the case never brought to trial. 28 But labor was very much disturbed by press reports that the indictments in the West Virginia and Colorado strikes were regarded by Wilson as vindication of his action in signing the Sundry Civil Appropriations Bill. 29 Regardless of how accurate these reports may have been, events since mid-June had demonstrated that the new law would not limit the Department of Justice's ability to act against unions under the Sherman Act. It is necessary, Gompers wrote to Morrison when the United Mine Workers leaders were indicted in Colorado, that extra efforts be made by AFL officers to secure enactment of laws which will exclude voluntary organizations of the wage workers from the provisions of the law, or any other bearing upon the subject matter. 30. The 1913 AFL Convention. Gomper's letter was written on the eve of the 1913 AFL Convention. The record of the Wilson administration since its inauguration was hardly designed to impress the delegates. To be sure, there were the appointments of William B. Wilson, Louis F. Post, and Charles P. Neal, and the passage of the Sundry Civil Appropriations Bill. But the president's reluctance to sign the rider to the latter measure had filled the trade unions with dismay and foreshadowed future difficulty in achieving permanent protection for labor from prosecutions under the Sherman Antitrust Act. Not a single piece of social legislation had been enacted, despite Wilson's emphasis on the need for such measures in his inaugural address, nor was there any legislation to limit lobbying by big business, in spite of the exposure of the nefarious practices of the NOM by both the press and Congress. And nothing had been achieved toward solving labor's most pressing problem, the exclusion of trade unions from the provisions of the Sherman Act. Small wonder, then, that the agitation for an independent Labor Party was revived and grew to considerable proportions. This feeling was intensified by the disclosures during the summer and early fall of 1913 of the NAM's anti-labor practices. Colonel Martin M. Mulhall revealed that the organization had even been able to win over several of the members of Congress who had been elected with AFL support. James T. McDermott of Illinois, one of these friends of labor, had been elected to 4 terms in Congress by the labor vote and carried a union card in his pocket, but Mulhall stated that there had never been a lobbyist or a tool in Washington who was more subservient to the trust than this representative of the Stockyards District of Chicago. The congressional investigation substantiated Mulhall's statement. These disclosures gave new weight to the argument that the "reward our friends and punish our enemies" policy was an illusion, and the failure of the Wilson administration, which had been hailed by the AFL as a friend of labor, to realize its bright promise added still further weight to the argument. When the delegates assembled in Seattle for the 1913 AFL convention, the demand for a Labor Party was immediately voiced. And now, for the first time, the AFL leadership conceded that there was substantial merit to the call for a Labor Party. It merely argued that the time was not yet ripe to launch one. In response to the resolution calling for the establishment of an independent Labor Party, the Committee on Resolutions declared, "The time has not arrived when, with due regard to the economic movement still young and hopeful in organization, a distinct Labor Party should be formed. We are confident that when our present political activities have suitably materialized, a new political party will be the logical result. For the present we recommend a continuation and development of labor's nonpartisan political position. 31. Had the administration resorted to its usual tactic of denouncing the proposed Labor Party as a socialist plot against unionism, the reaction of the delegates, sorely disappointed as they were by the feeble results of the nonpartisan political position, would have seriously challenged the leadership's control over the organization. As it was, Max Hayes, socialist candidate for the AFL presidency and a leading exponent of the demand for a Labor Party, received 5,073 votes as against 11,974 for Gomper's. The high point of the effort to unseat Gomper's. 32. The AFL and social legislation. By the time the 1914 convention met, little had been achieved in the way of protective social legislation for labor. Indeed, during the first 3 years of Wilson's administration, the La Follette-Siemens Act, adopted in March 1915, was the only protective measure of any importance enacted, and no sooner had this measure been passed than the Department of Commerce began to subvert it by refusing to enforce it. 33 Wilson, yielding to pressure from business groups, refused to support the major social reforms he had called for in his inaugural address, and without his support, there was no possibility of pushing these bills through Congress. 34 The AFL applied little pressure on Wilson to offset the influence of organized capital, for its attitude toward such legislation was the same as it had been in 1906, namely, that it would divert the attention of workers from the trade union movement and its organization to political activities. The purpose of laws, Gomper's declared in 1914, should be only to free people from the shackles and give them a chance to working out their own salvation, 35, which was interpreted to mean that government should confine itself mainly to giving the trade unions a free hand in their organizing activities. The labor movement, Gompers continued, should resist the tendency of social reformers to attempt to expand the functions of government into areas from which it had been traditionally barred, especially in the economic and social spheres. As he put it, "Whither are we drifting? There is a strange spirit abroad in these times. The whole people is hugging the delusion that law is a panacea. Whatever the ill or the wrong or the ideal, immediately follows the suggestion enact a law. If wages are low, a law or a commission is proposed. Whether as a result of laziness or incompetency, there is a steady growing disposition to shift responsibility for personal progress and welfare to outside agencies. Initiative, aggressive conviction, enlightened self-interest are the characteristics that must be dominant among the people, if the nation is to make substantial progress towards better living and higher ideals. 36. Thus, at the 1912 AFL Convention, a resolution demanding minimum wage legislation was killed by being referred to the Executive Council for study. The following year, the convention endorsed the council's report, which declared, if it were proposed in this country to fix by law wages for men, labor would protest by every means at its power. Through organization, the wages of men can and will be maintained at a higher minimum than they would be if fixed by legal enactment. 37. Naturally, nothing was said about the millions of workers who were not organized. During the hearings before the 1914 Industrial Relations Commission, Gompers emphatically voiced the Federation's opposition to minimum wage legislation for men, to the establishment legally of a maximum workday for men, and to state insurance for the unemployed. The last demand was assuming increasing importance as a result of widespread unemployment arising out of the Depression which had begun in the fall of 1913. He informed the Commission that the increase in government powers was a curb upon the rights, the natural development of the individual. 38. Gompers took the same position on the question of compulsory health insurance. The American Association for Labor legislation had made a complete study of the connection between the conditions of industry and illness, of the poisonous gases, dusts, germs, and miscellaneous irritants to which the worker is subjected, and the consequent results to his health of these surroundings. It had strongly recommended health insurance as the means for protecting workers from destitution when they succumb to these illnesses for which industry had been proven responsible. 39 But Gompers and, indeed, the entire AFL Executive Council, rejected this carefully documented recommendation. That the state should provide sickness for workers, Gompers declared, as fundamentally based upon the theory that these workmen are not able to look after their own interests and the state must interpose its authority and wisdom and assume the relation of parent or guardian. There is something in the very suggestion of this relationship and this policy that is repugnant to a free-born citizen. In a flowery outburst, he cried, for a mess of pottage, under the pretense of compulsory social insurance, let us not voluntarily surrender the fundamental principles of liberty and freedom, the hope of the United States, the leader and teacher to the world of the significance of this great anthem chorus of humanity, liberty. 40. With this hostile attitude toward social legislation, an attitude shared by the NAM and other employers, associations, the AFL leadership was not unduly disturbed by the absence of any protective legislation for labor in the record of the Wilson administration for the year 1914, especially when the year produced what seemed to be labor's greatest legislative triumph, the passage of the Clayton Antitrust Act, including sections 6 and 20, which, in the eyes of the AFL leaders, secured for organized labor at long last relief from the Sherman Antitrust Act. The Clayton ACT. The AFL had hoped that by the time its 1913 convention met, the exemption of trade unions from the Sherman Act would already have been an established fact. But this, as we have seen, came to naught. Every measure aimed at achieving this goal that was introduced during the first session of the 63rd Congress had been blocked by administration opposition. When the second session opened in January 1914, the AFL was again optimistic, for it was reported that Wilson was planning to incorporate labor's demands into his antitrust program. 4 feet. One can therefore imagine the feelings in AFL headquarters when Wilson appeared before a joint session of Congress on January 20, 1914, outlined his antitrust program in a message of unusual detail which contained several assurances to the business community that it had nothing to fear. The only reference to labor legislation in Wilson's message to Congress on December 2, 1913 was a request that it enact an employer's liability law for railroad workers. From the administration and failed to incorporate a single reference to labor's demands. 42 The feeling of anger was intensified when the New York Times reported on February 2, 1914 that the president had let it be known that he would veto any antitrust measure that exempted labor from its provisions. Gompers, furious, announced that labor would go to the people for support. Without further delay, the citizens of the United States must decide whether they wish to outlaw organized labor. 43. The threat failed to move Wilson. The deepening depression, notes. Professor Link was worrying the president, and he was concerned about convincing the business interests that they could count on the administration to relieve any tension between it and the business community. Hence, apart from his own personal lack of enthusiasm for labor's demands, the economic situation alone caused Wilson to take a firm stand against the proposal to exempt organized labor from the Sherman Act. 44. By mid-March, 1914, 4 antitrust measures had been introduced into Congress without a single provision in any of them embodying labor's demands. 45 But the Democratic members of the House and a number of Democratic senators were unhappy about the way things were developing. They knew that to adopt a new antitrust law without granting labor some concessions would stimulate organized labor to intensified political activity in the elections of 1914. When many of them were up for re-election. 46 They would have been content to let the whole antitrust program be abandoned and revived at the next session after the fall elections. But when it became clear that Wilson was going to insist upon the immediate passage of his antitrust program, the Democratic members of Congress, with their political futures at stake, brought pressure upon the president to do something to fulfill the party's pledge to labor. Under these circumstances, a compromise was inevitable. 47. On April 14, 1914, it was reported that Wilson would look with favor on the passage of anti-injunction and anti-contempt legislation by Congress. On the same day, Chairman Henry D. Clayton of the House Judiciary Committee announced that the Clayton anti-injunction and the Clayton anti-contempt bills would be presented to the House for approval. He added, however, that the Bacon-Bartlett bill, which labor especially wanted to see enacted, would not be reported out of committee. 48 The anti-injunction and anti-contempt bills were concessions to labor, but neither of them really touched on labor's primary objective, the exemption of labor from the provisions of the Sherman Act, which was embodied in the Bacon-Bartlett bill. This latter bill, as we have seen, restricted the use of injunctions, but, in addition, specifically defined property in a labor dispute and definitely removed labor from the clutches of the Sherman Act. 49. Another compromise was then effected. The anti-injunction and anti-contempt bills were to be combined into the Clayton Act, and even though the Bacon-Bartlett bill was not to be included, a new section was to be added which, it was believed, would satisfy the AFL. It was based on the testimony Gompers had previously presented before the House Judiciary Committee in the course of the hearings on antitrust legislation. In the course of his testimony, Gompers had asked the committee to recommend the passage of the Bacon-Bartlett bill, but he had devoted most of his discussion to the need for asserting, through the proposed law, organized labor's right to existence. He made it appear that the assertion of this right was labor's basic demand. All that labor desired, Gompers emphasized, was the right to carry out its normal activities. We do not ask immunity for any criminal act which any of us commit. We ask no immunity for anything, but we have the right to existence, the lawful, normal existence of a voluntary association of workers, organized not for profit, but organized to protect our lives and our normal activities. Thereupon, Gompers was asked by Representative Dick T. Morgan of Oklahoma if, instead of enacting the Bacon-Bartlett bill, Congress were simply to amend the Sherman antitrust law, the AFL would be satisfied. Gompers replied, substantially yes, insofar as that is concerned. 50. When the various labor bills were combined into the Clayton Act, Gomper's passing reference to the need to enact the Bacon-Bartlett Bill was ignored, while his emphatic remarks about the need to assert labor's right to existence were used as the basis for Section 6 of the Clayton Act. At the time that this section was introduced in the House by Representative Clayton, it read, that nothing in the antitrust laws shall be construed to forbid the existence and operation of fraternal, labor, consumers, agricultural, or horticultural organizations under associations operating under the lodge system, instituted for the purpose of mutual help, and not having capital stock or conducted for profit, or to forbid or restrain individual members of such orders or associations from carrying out the legitimate objects of such association. 51. Gompers, proud that his testimony was serving as the basis for a new section of the proposed law, enthusiastically approved the provision. 52*. The words, under the lodge system, were later eliminated. But wiser heads in the labor movement saw that it was extremely weak and in no way a substitute for the Bacon-Bartlett Bill. Although the AFL did not pick up the fight to include the Bacon-Bartlett Bill in the Clayton Act, it did demand that the words, shall not apply to, be substituted in Section 6 for the phrase, shall not be construed to forbid the existence and operation of 53. But neither Wilson nor the House Judiciary Committee would accept this revision. For over a month, the tug-of-war continued. Wilson remained adamant in opposing any revision of Section 6. On the other hand, the AFL and the labor congressmen demanded that nothing contained in the antitrust laws shall be construed to apply to labor organizations. In addition to Gompers, the letter was also signed by Morrison, the legislative representatives of the four railroad brotherhoods, and the representatives of the National Farmers Union. 54. This was, as later events demonstrated, the turning point in labor's long campaign for exclusion from the Sherman Act. The most effective pressure that labor could exert on any lawmaker was pressure from back home. One would expect, therefore, that the AFL would have followed up the letter to the congressman with a flood of mail from union members all over the country, a deluge of letters from voters back home demanding that nothing contained in the antitrust laws should be construed to apply to labor organizations. One would also expect the AFL to warn the Democratic members of Congress that the unions were prepared to collect on what they regarded as the heaviest political debt any Congress had ever owed to organized labor, and that its failure to fulfill the Democratic Party's pledge to labor would guarantee its opposition to their re-election in the fall. Finally, here was the time and the place for Gompers to reiterate his warning to the Democratic Party, made 3 years earlier, that the time has come when we shall have a constructive, progressive, radical Labor Party, unless the Democratic Party shall perform its duty. There certainly was no better time to take concrete steps to prove that these were not just empty words. But this is not what happened. The AFL did nothing to apply mass pressure on the members of Congress. Instead, on May 26, 1914, a compromise was reached. It consisted of adding to the end of Section 6 the phrase, nor shall such organizations, or the members thereof, be held or construed to be illegal combinations or conspiracies in restraint of trade, under the antitrust laws. In this manner, Section 6 was subsequently approved by the House. 55. Why the Federation accepted this compromise is not clear. Perhaps the AFL leaders felt that Gomper's testimony before the Judiciary Committee weakened labor's ability to demand that the section be read, shall not apply to, since the compromise proposal affirmed what Gompers had insisted upon, the right of labor unions to exist. As Representative Floyd of the Judiciary Committee pointed out on May 23, we are doing what Mr. Gompers asked. We are taking them out from under the ban of law that would make them liable to dissolution. This is a Bill of Rights for labor. 56. Perhaps the AFL really believed that the proposed compromise did exempt labor from the Sherman Act. The Federation's legal advisors, including Judge Parker, assured Gompers that it did. Furthermore, on May 27, 1914, Gompers assured the members of the AFL Executive Council that President Wilson, the House Judiciary Committee, and representatives of the Federation had agreed to accept the compromise as assuring labor of just such an exemption. 57. But events immediately contradicted Gompers and demonstrated that Wilson and the Judiciary Committee had an entire, wide different interpretation of the section. Members of the committee told the House that the section merely legalized the existence of the trade union's .58 president. Wilson supported this interpretation. On June 1, 1914, he told newspaper reporters that the reason he had accepted the compromise was because it strengthens the standing of labor unions and gives them in law what they were generally considered to have in fact, a clear right to organize for the common good of their members. But he took pains to assure the reporters that the provision did not exempt labor from prosecution under the Sherman Act. It simply meant that labor had the right to organize. 59 and this was the position Wilson was to maintain throughout the months during which the Clayton Bill was being debated in Congress. On July 13, he wrote, "The so-called labor exemption does not seem to me to do more than exclude the possibility of labor and similar organizations being dissolved as in themselves combinations in restraint of trade." 60. In short, when Gompers informed the Executive Council that Wilson and the House Judiciary Committee had agreed to accept the compromise as assuring labor exemption from the Sherman Act, he was engaging in wishful thinking. He had, as one student points out, been handed a gold brick, which he then proceeded to gild. 61. One can argue, as some defenders of Gompers' role in this crucial battle have, that the AFL president was correct in emphasizing the importance of obtaining a legal assertion of labor's right to exist, for a lower court had held in the Hitchman case that the Mine Workers Union was an illegal conspiracy and there was a danger that the courts might use this decision as the basis for new decisions to dissolve unions as illegal combinations. 62 But this threat had all but disappeared by May 29, 1914 when the Circuit Court of Appeals reversed the lower court in the Hitchman case. 63 Actually, Wilson was correct in stating that Section 6 gave the trade unions nothing they did not already have, what they were generally considered to have in fact, a clear right to organize for the common good of their members. This right had frequently been rendered null and void by prosecutions of the unions under the Sherman Act, and the failure to remove labor from this possibility without any doubt in the future was to render Section 6 valueless. It is significant that during the debate over the Clayton Bill in the House, the only proposal that made any sense was the recommendation made by several representatives that Section 6 should be withdrawn and rewritten so that everyone could agree as to what it meant, and thus prevent any mistakes in the future as to its meaning. But this reasonable proposal received no support from the AFL and was voted down. 64. Thus, the Clayton Bill passed the House in the midst of a basic disagreement over its meaning as far as labor was concerned. President Wilson, the Judiciary Committee, and a majority of congressmen insisted that Section 6 gave labor no more than the right to exist, while Gompers, the AFL Executive Council, the federations, legal advisors, and a few congressmen maintained that it not only granted labor this right, but also exempted it from the Sherman Act. This confusion foreshadowed tragedy for the American labor movement in the years that lay ahead. There was also disagreement over the meaning of Section 20 of the Clayton Bill. This section incorporated the Clayton Anti-Injunction and Anti-Contempt bills. Several members of Congress pointed out that the injunction prohibition accomplished nothing because the section did not define a property right in a labor dispute as did the Bacon-Bartlett bill, and that the phrase, unless necessary to prevent irreparable injury to property, or to a property right, of the party making the application for an injunction offered a loophole big enough for all open shop employers to crawl through. There was also a good deal of dispute as to whether or not the section legalized the secondary boycott. 65. Even before the final passage of the Clayton Act, it was clear to many authorities that the act did not remove the root of existing injustice. It did not, for example, prevent damage suits or clearly forbid injunctions against picketing and boycotts. Writing in the survey of July 4, 1914, Edwin E. Witt, a leading student of government labor relations, while agreeing that the bill would prevent the dissolution of trade unions, expressed grave doubt over whether it would do anything else. The acts enumerated in the bill are not ordinarily unlawful, but the combining to do these acts is unlawful when the intent is to injure an employer or non-union workman. The majority report of the Committee on the Judiciary states expressly that this section does not in any manner affect the law of conspiracy. 66. A week after this statement appeared, Representative Edwin Y. Webb, who had replaced Clayton as chairman of the Judiciary Committee after the latter was appointed a federal judge, confirmed Wine's interpretation. He maintained that the only thing done by the Clayton bill was to place into statutory law the rights of those organizations to exist and carry out their lawful purposes. Although Labor had demanded an amendment that would have exempted it from the Sherman Act, the Judiciary Committee had not accepted this recommendation. The labor sections of the bill simply stated the consensus of the judgments of the best federal courts. There is nothing revolutionary or radical about it. 67. But the AFL leadership remained adamant in its contention that the section would definitely and clearly exempt the organizations of laborers and producers from the civil as well as the criminal sections of the Sherman antitrust law. 68. Gompers exuded confidence as he wrote in the AFL's weekly newsletter that the bill secured, for workers, freedom of action for self-protection and for the promotion of their own interests. He had not the slightest doubt that the bill would fulfill labor's most optimistic hopes. 69. And stressed that, as far as organized labor was concerned, the problem was not to worry about the meaning of the bill but to make sure that it was not modified in the Senate. Immediately after the bill passed the House, Gompers warned all workers that they must be on guard to prevent powerful anti-labor interests from destroying the measure in the Senate. The AFL Weekly newsletter carried Gompers' message in its issue of June 6, 1914. Labor is now nearing victory at the end of a 20-year fight. Every influence that greed and special privilege can assert will be used to defeat these labor measures in the Senate. Special privilege will not voluntarily yield its control over the making of law. The victory is in sight, the fight is not yet won. Every member of organized labor must make his senators feel that he is personally deeply concerned that the labor section of the Clayton bill shall be adopted by the United States Senate. Tyons should write his senators immediately urging upon them the vital importance of this legislation to labor. Throughout the summer of 1914, AFL headquarters in Washington kept union workers in all parts of the country informed about the progress of the bill in the Senate. Editorials in the American Federationist, circulars, and leaflets urged union members to impress upon their respective members in the Senate the imperative necessity of taking immediate and favorable action upon labor's needs and demands. Demand the bill as it passed the House. When particular senators indicated that they might vote against the bill, their names were dispatched in circulars to union members in their states with an appeal that letters, telegrams, and petitions be sent to them at once, respectfully and insistently request their support and vote for labor provisions of the Clayton bill as they passed the House of Representatives. 70. This insistent pressure won the admiration of labor's friends, but some progressive commentators noted that it would have been more useful if the AFL had begun this campaign while the bill was being discussed in the House and had made the demand for a clear affirmation of labor's exemption from the provisions of the Sherman Act the key to this drive. 71. Although the AFL concentrated on getting the Clayton bill passed in the Senate as it had been adopted in the House, Gompers offered Senator Albert B. Cummins of Iowa an opening section to Section 6 which read, "The labor of a human being is not a commodity or article of commerce." Cummins introduced this declaration as an amendment and was successful in getting the Senate to accept it. 72. He also made several other attempts to strengthen the labor sections and particularly to have the wording clearly exempt labor from the Antitrust Act, but he was unsuccessful. Gompers, intoxicated over the wording of the opening declaration of Section 6 and entranced with the success in having the Senate adopt his statement, did little to rally labor's support behind the other efforts to strengthen the labor sections. 73. The conservatives, however, were not idle, and the bill as it passed the Senate contained modifications in the wording of both Sections 6 and 20 which made it even more acceptable to the business interests. The most important of these was the addition at various points of the words, lawful, and lawfully. Thus, Section 6 was changed to read, or forbid or restrain individual members of such organizations from lawfully carrying out their legitimate objects thereof. And the injunction clauses of Section 20 were changed to read, or from recommending, advising, or persuading others by peaceful and lawful means so to do, or from peaceably assembling in a lawful manner, and for lawful purposes. 74 The New York Times, a bitter critic of the bill as it had passed the House, hailed these changes and asserted delightedly that if the injunctive clauses are rightfully interpreted, labor which has thought the courts have chastised them with whips, will find that the statute chastises them with scorpions. 75 Daniel Davenport, General Counsel of the Open Shop American Anti-Boycott Association, who had characterized Sections 6 and 20 as passed by the House as revolutionary and destructive, now observed gleefully, in the shape in which it finally passed, it makes few changes in existing laws relating to labor unions, injunctions and contempt of court, and those are of slight practical importance. Former President Taft endorsed Davenport's interpretation in an address before the American Bar Association. 76 In its letter to bankers and industrialists, the National City Bank of New York assured its readers that the bill did nothing more than recognize such combinations, labor organization, were not in themselves illegal combinations. It has never been seriously contended that they were, but the theory has been occasionally advanced in public addresses. Ex-President Taft, who while in the presidential chair, strenuously opposed all exceptions to the operations of the Sherman Law, accepts this view of the new provision. 77. On October 2, 1914, the Clayton Bill passed the Senate by a vote of 35 to 24, with only 3 Democrats voting against it. 13 days later, President Wilson signed the measure and sent the pen he had used to Gompers. 78 The new law was immediately hailed by the AFL as the decisive victory in labor's long fight for legal recognition and for protection against court assaults. The labor sections of the Clayton Antitrust Act are a great victory for organized labor, exulted Gompers. In no other country in the world is there an enunciation of fundamental principle comparable to the incisive, virile statement of Section 6. The declaratory legislation, the labor of a human being is not a commodity or article, is the industrial Magna Carta upon which the working people will rear the structure of industrial freedom. 79 He assured the Executive Council that this declaration was the most important ever made by any legislative body in the history of the world. 80 So carried away was Gompers that he predicted that the opening statement alone would guarantee labor unions immunity. The letterhead of the Order of Railroad Telegraphers carried the words on top. Labor of a human being ls not a commodity or article of commerce, Clayton Antitrust Law. A. M. Simon's Papers, Wisconsin State Historical Society. From future court attacks, this declaration removed all possibility of interpreting trust legislation to apply to organizations of the workers and their legitimate associated activities. 81. The joy at AFL headquarters was not shared by everyone in labor circles. Even as conservative a labor leader as Grand Chief Warren S. Stone of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers doubted the value of the Clayton Act and asked ruefully if the other side had fooled the unions instead of the unions fooling them. 82 Several trade union journals pointed out that, despite Gompers' boast to the contrary, the exemption of labor unions from prosecution under the British Trades Disputes Act of 1906 was much more specific and clear-cut than that in the Clayton Act. The Socialists, agreeing for once with Grand Chief Stone, contended that labor had been duped. The party's Washington letter reported that astute legal minds in Washington completely realize that the amendment will not exempt the unions, but the politicians are delighted with the success of the game they have put across. 83. The AFL leaders dismissed this as sour grapes, since, they contended, passage of the Clayton Act had disproved the socialist argument that the Federation's political program would never net anything substantial for organized labor. 84 But the trade unions were disturbed by reports that Attorney General T. W. Gregory was of the distinct opinion that the new law would not grant labor immunity from the Sherman Act, and that President Wilson himself had asserted that the labor sections of the law were not designed to grant the labor organizations any privilege they did not already enjoy. Certainly, the fact that an open shop mouthpiece like Daniel Davenport regarded the Clayton Act as granting labor only the most minimal concession and that, of slight practical value, was most disturbing, to say the least. What did labor gain? Unfortunately, subsequent events bore out the truth of the open shop spokesman's evaluation. There is not space enough here to list the as Sidney and Beatrice Webb point out. The British Act explicitly declares, without any qualification or exception, that no civil action shall be entertained against a trade Union in respect of any wrongful act committed by or on behalf of the Union. The British Labour Movement, London, 1931, p. 606. Attorney General Gregory had written to Wilson on September 11, 1914, expressing the definite opinion that the law did not grant unions such immunity and that the purpose of the section is only to prevent such organizations from being dissolved because their members had committed unlawful acts, and to recognize the organizations as being in and of themselves lawful but not to grant them entire immunity from prosecution under the antitrust law. Woodrow Wilson Papers, Library of Congress. Numerous judicial decisions which made a mockery of Gomper's high hopes, particularly since they occurred outside the scope of the present volume. Basically, however, it can be said that these hopes were wrecked by judicial interpretations made possible by the vagueness of the Act, and that these interpretations were actually foreshadowed by many contemporary observers, apart from Gompers and the rest of the AFL leadership even before the courts decided the issue. The fact is that the leaders of the AFL bear a heavy responsibility for the years of suffering that lay ahead for American labor. Their failure to conduct a militant struggle to specifically exempt labor from the provisions of the Sherman Act and to mobilize labor to fight for this demand, especially when it was clear that with the elections of 1914 on the horizon, such a fight could have been won, opened the door to tragic consequences for the labor movement. Asterisk. The acceptance by the AFL leadership, without a struggle, of the inclusion of such terms as peacefully, lawfully, and, in case where no irreparable injury would occur, gave the courts the opportunity to destroy any effectiveness the Clayton Act possessed. As early as 1917, in the Duplex Printing Press Company case, the court, in granting an injunction to the company, argued that the emphasis placed on the lawful and lawfully, peaceful, and peacefully, in Section 20 of the Clayton Act strongly rebutted a legislative intent to confer a general immunity for conduct violative of the antitrust laws. In the same year, the Supreme Court decided in favor of the Hitchman Coal Company against the United Mine Workers, and the majority decision gave legal sanction to the Yellow Dog contract. This was followed by a widespread use of this anti-labor contract, despite the existence of the Norman J. Ware blames Gompers for the vagueness of the labor sections of the Clayton Act, Labor in Modern Society, Boston, 1934, p. 347, Dallas S. Jones also criticizes Gompers, but places the real blame for the vagueness of the Act on President Wilson. The Wilson Administration and Organized Labor, 1912-1919, unpublished Ph.D. thesis. Cornell University, 1955, p. 182. See also his article, The Enigma of the Clayton Act. Industrial and Labor Relations Review, Volume X, January, 1957, pp. 203-22. Father J. O. S. Smith defends Gompers from the charge that he and other labor leaders were duped by the administration and Congress, and that Gompers himself did not believe, as he announced publicly, that the Clayton Act really freed organized labor from antitrust proceedings. Op. Cit. pp. 66-68. It is certainly true that in his private correspondence, Gompers did not make the extravagant claims for the act that he did publicly. See Gompers to David Kraling, Mrs. Raymond Robbins, and Frank P. Walsh. Jan. 19, August, 31, Sept. 15, 1915, Gompers Letter Books. Stanley L. Cuter, however, contends that while the Clayton Act was very ambiguous and thus open to a wide variety of judicial interpretations, the conservative composition of the Supreme Court at the time, especially its anti-labor bias, doomed any possibility of achieving what labor hoped to gain. Labor, the Clayton Act, and the Supreme Court, Labor History, Volume 3, Winter, 1962, pp. 19-38. Clayton Act, until it was declared unenforceable by the Norris-LaGuardia Act in 1932. The AFL's belief that, by virtue of the Clayton Act, labor was no longer under the ban of the Sherman Act, and that strikes, boycotts, and picketing could no longer be obstructed by injunctions, proved to be unfounded. The only accomplishment labor could claim for itself was the recognition that unions, per se, were not illegal combinations in restraint of trade, a fact already acknowledged. 85 Apart from the right of trial by jury in contempt cases sustained in November 1924, labor's gains in the Clayton Act have been of slight importance. Writing in 1930, Felix Frankfurter observed, "The position of labor before the law has been altered, if at all, imperceptibly. Common law doctrines of conspiracy and restraint of trade still hold sway. Activities widely cherished as indispensable assertions of trade union life continue to be outlawed. That the Clayton Act has defeated the hopes which inspired it, that its judicial application has revealed needs for further legislation, is written in recent congressional history." B6. From 1906 to 1914, the AFL leadership had persistently fought every attempt of American labor to have its own political party. The pattern of, reward your friends and punish your enemies, had been held out as the most effective way to achieve labor's political objectives. At the end of this 8-year period, Gompers defended his opposition to a Labor Party and pointed with pride to the record of achievement under the AFL's methods of political pressure. "We have changed the control of our government from the old-time interests of corporate power and judicial usurpation," he wrote joyfully. There were, he enumerated triumphantly, the 8-hour law, child labor laws in the various states, improved safety regulations in industry, workmen's compensation acts in no fewer than 35 states and, most important of all, the Clayton Antitrust Act. 87. A careful study of these legislative successes casts serious doubt on Gompers' claims. For one thing, many of the laws passed in the states were the product of an alliance between the progressive forces and the trade unions, an alliance frowned upon by the AFL leadership. Then again, the Wilson administration, in the period we have examined, acceded primarily to the minor demands of the AFL. Its concessions on major matters were limited in both number and scope. And instead of the most important legislation which the AFL required immunity from, referring to the period around 1914, John P. Frey declared, he, Gompers, was reasonably satisfied with the results of his type of political action. Harvard University. Seminar, May 11, 1948, John P. Frey Papers, Container 10, Library of Congress. Prosecution under the Sherman Antitrust Act. It had produced the Clayton Act, an illusory promise which was never fulfilled. It was to take another 20 years before the trade unions received injunction relief through the Norris-LaGuardia Act. Almost half a century passed from the time agitation for such legislative amelioration was initiated until its achievement. In England, a single year of Labour Party agitation produced more effective legislation of this type than 50 years of the AFL's lobbying activities and political pressure methods. Although the powerful machine control of the annual conventions made it impossible to secure convention approval of an independent Labour Party, the persistent demand for such action by organized labor made its influence felt in several ways. For one thing, it was an important influence in compelling the AFL leadership to abandon its anti-political action position and to begin, however inadequately, to mobilize labor's strength at the polls. Even a defender of Gompers concedes, he only abandoned the principle of applying purely economic pressure when he was forced to do so. 88 By 1906, the AFL leaders knew that to continue to display indifference to political action was to surrender the field to the advocates of a Labour Party. In like manner, the pressure for a Labour Party helped impress upon the major parties the need to grant some of Labour's legislative demands, lest the barriers erected in the AFL against a Labour Party be breached, and Labour begin to operate as a truly independent force in American politics. When Gompers warned the Democratic Party that unless it produced, for labor, a Labour Party would be organized, his words carried meaning only because of the existence of the pro-Labour Party forces within the AFL. In short, these forces prodded both the AFL to adopt more aggressive political methods and the major political parties, particularly the Democratic Party, to enact some of the legislation Labour sought. During the years that the AFL and its affiliates were involved in the political arena, seeking to achieve legislation to strengthen the trade unions and a better life for workers, they were also engaged in some of the most massive and bitter strike struggles in American labor history. While these were not the only significant strikes of the era, the IWW, as we have seen in a previous volume, conducted strikes of an unprecedented magnitude and militancy. During these same years they revealed that a very substantial section of workers who were members of the AFL were equally courageous, equally militant in facing the power of capital. We will see this illustrated in the following chapters in the strikes of streetcar workers, railroad shopmen, coal and copper miners, and workers in the ladies' and men's garment trades. Chapter 6. The General Strike in PHE ad L Phi A 1910. On March 5, 1910, the front page of the Philadelphia Public Ledger carried the sensational news that a general strike had begun at midnight in support of the city's rapid transit company Carmen. This action of Philadelphia workers, it said, represented an entirely new development in the history of combats between capital and labor in this country. Terming it the impossible strike, the Ledger concluded, this quaint conception of a whole people going on strike originated in Russia, where the people have little voice in the management of their affairs and as little political intelligence. 1. Clearly, the leading Philadelphia paper was unaware of the fact that this was actually the second general strike in the city of brotherly love. The first occurred in 1835, when every group of workers in the city, skilled and unskilled, went on strike for the 10-hour day and thereby gave America its first general strike. 2. The origins of Philadelphia's second general strike go back to May 29, 1909, when a streetcar strike began after officials of the Philadelphia Rapid Transit Company refused to even receive a committee of the local branch of the Amalgamated Association of Streetcar and Electric Railway Men of America, an AFL affiliate. Division 477's committee. The first general strike in the modern sense took place in St. Louis during the railroad strike of 1877. See David T. Burbank, The Reign of the Rabble, the St. Louis General Strike of 1877, New York, 1966, and Philip S. Foner, The Great Labor Uprising of 1877, New York, 1977, pp. 157-88. Nevertheless, all newspapers called the 1910 general strike in Philadelphia the first in the United States, and the Socialist New York Call declared editorially, the general strike of the wage workers of a great city is a decidedly new departure for the labor movement in America. March 14, 1910. This even ignored the New Orleans general strike of 1892. Was bringing with it the demands of the motormen and conductors for an hourly wage of 25 cents, the privilege of buying uniforms in the open market, a 9 or 10-hour day in place of the prevailing swing run, in which the men had to put in from 14 to 18 hours, and recognition of the Amalgamated Association. 3. When the company imported strikebreakers from New York and Boston, violence broke out. Cars were demolished and wiring and track were destroyed. The police arrested strikers wholesale. But the importation of strikebreakers and the harsh police brutality, coming on top of the popular hatred of the transit company for its generally poor service, financial mismanagement, and flagrant use of political influence, aroused widespread anger in Philadelphia, especially among the working classes. John J. Murphy, president of the Central Labor Union, issued the following ultimatum. If the Philadelphia Rapid Transit Company does not meet the demands of the trolley workers by Thursday night June 7, a strike of all organized labor bodies of Philadelphia affiliated with the Central Labor Union, representing 75,000 men, will be called Friday morning. The present strike is only a beginning of the fight which will be waged by organized labor to emancipate the city of Philadelphia from the thraldom of capitalism. 4. It was to take almost another year before the threat of a general strike in Philadelphia became a reality. But it was not needed in 1909, for the wide support for the car strikers produced a settlement. State Senator James P. McNichol, Philadelphia's Republican leader, met with C. 0. Pratt, national organizer of the Amalgamated Association, after which Mayor John E. Rayburn urged the Philadelphia Rapid Transit Company to reach a settlement. On June 2, 1909, the workers gained a one-year agreement which included a wage increase from 21 to 22 cents an hour, a 10-hour day, the right to buy uniforms from 5 different clothiers, and recognition of the Amalgamated Association, with the company agreeing to meet with duly accredited union representatives to settle grievances. The men are entirely satisfied with their victory, reported the New York Call. The men are most pleased because it gives them a basis for future concessions. Their organization will now be firmly established so that when the contract expires they will be in a stronger position to secure improved conditions. 6. But satisfaction soon gave way to considerable discontent. The Philadelphia Rapid Transit Company, ignoring the terms of the strike settlement, established its own union, the Keystone Carmen, and not only met regularly with representatives of the company union, but gave its members the choice jobs and promotions. 7. In December 1909, the Amalgamated Association began negotiations for a new agreement. Ignoring the complaints that it had violated the existing agreement, the company turned down the request for a wage increase to 25 cents an hour. Instead, without consulting the union, it instituted a complicated welfare plan, including insurance and pensions. On January 3, 1910, 2 days after announcing the plan, the company discharged 7 roadway employees of the elevated department who had announced that they were joining the Amalgamated Association and who criticized the welfare plan as a device designed to undermine the union and prevent a wage increase. When the Amalgamated Association asked for arbitration of their cases, the company refused to even consider the proposal. On January 18, by a vote of 5,121 to 233, the members of Division 477 adopted a strike resolution, which declared that while the agreement adopted on June 8, 1909 had been religiously observed by us, it had been outrageously violated by the company. Among the violations cited were that the company had instituted and encouraged another organization which creates dissension and discord, had discriminated against our members, had favored at all times employees antagonistic to our union, had refused adjustment for grievances, had discharged union employees from the elevated road after intimidating and otherwise endeavoring to prevent them from joining our union, and had refused arbitration. Therefore, the Carmen resolved that we authorize our executive board to call a strike on the entire system of the Philadelphia Rapid Transit Company, and every department of the same at the most opportune time after complying with bylaws. 9. The Philadelphia Evening Bulletin, after noting that the size and practical unanimity of the strike vote demonstrated that the local union has a greater strength than the company's officials have given it credit for having, urged the PRT to take the decision seriously. But Charles Zero Kruger, the company's president, responded by saying, "The strike vote will not change the attitude of the company the slightest." E.O. Mayer Rayburn voiced his full approval of the company's position. "The streetcar employees are not union men or employees in the same sense that employees in an industrial establishment are," he warned. "They are semi-public functionaries, and they owe it to the public to recognize themselves in that capacity." 11. Evidently, in the mayor's eyes, the company owed no such allegiance or responsibility to the public. The union did everything possible to stave off a strike. It even appealed for the intercession of State Senator McNichol, the political leader who had stepped into the breach the previous June and had helped achieve an agreement. But this time the company made it clear that it would not listen to any outsider. It reminded Thiemann that if they struck, they would be debarred from participating in the company's welfare plan, which had already been put into effect. 12. Informed by the Amalgamated Association that the company's tactics would inevitably cause negotiations to be broken off, AFL President Samuel Gompers sent an offer to President Kruger to have any issue that could not be mutually adjusted submitted to arbitration by any impartial body of men. The union, he assured the PRT president, was prepared to go along, but Kruger merely thanked Gompers and told him that his good offices would not be needed since the situation was adjusting itself. 13. The arrogance of the company's response became clear on February 15, when Kruger informed the union's executive committee that the PRT would uphold the right of any of its employees to join or not join any union, and that the workers would be free to present their grievances to the company individually or as members of any organization they wished to represent them. As a result, negotiations were immediately broken off. With total indifference to these developments, the company, on February 19, discharged 17 men, all of them members of the Amalgamated Association, for the good of the service. At the same time, an equal number of replacements were brought in from New York. 14. The PRT had deliberately provoked a showdown with the Amalgamated Association, and within an hour after the men were discharged. Division 477's President and Secretary, Peter Driscoll and F. B. Barrow, issued the order, authorized by the membership, calling the men out on strike. Brothers. The company has yesterday and today discharged hundreds of our union men, for the good of the service. There is nothing whatever against the record of these men except that they belong to our union. They are among the best men employed by the company. The strike in Philadelphia was not the only major labor struggle in Pennsylvania early in 1910. On February 2, 1910, a three-man delegation, representing more than 700 skilled workers of the Bethlehem Steel Company in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, were fired for presenting their grievances and demands. A major grievance was that wage rates were too low and hours too long, and especially the company's refusal to pay time and a half for overtime. The company's action was followed by a strike which lasted for 108 days, involving both skilled machinists and unskilled laborers. On May 18, 1910, the strike ended without the workers having achieved any of their demands. See Robert Hesson, The Bethlehem Steel Strike of 1910. Law of J.T. Hist FLT, Volume 15, Winter, 1974, pp. 3-18. The company has forced a lockout and you will instruct every union man to take his car into the barn at 1 o'clock this afternoon, February 19, 1910, and allow it to remain there until the company will sign an agreement with us guaranteeing 25 cents an hour and protecting us in our rights to belong to a union without being unjustly discriminated against. 15. Subservient as always to the business interests, Mayor Rayburn joined wholeheartedly in the campaign to destroy the Carmen's Union. On the first day of the strike, several hundred strikebreakers arrived, and, under heavy police guard, they were hurried on special trolley cars to the barn at Frankfort Avenue and Bridge Street. 16. Philadelphia. North American noted the almost universal hatred which the public bears toward the traction company, and reported that the use of strikebreakers only served to increase the universal support for the strikers and the popular hatred of the PRT. 17. All over the city, cars were damaged, smashed, and burned. Stones were thrown at scab, motormen and cars were hammered into junk by iron pipes. The police used their clubs freely in the Kensington industrial area and on Broad Street, where large crowds marched in protest against Rayburn's open alignment with management. In Germantown, 10,000 strike sympathizers clashed with police in a furious battle that raged for 2 hours. At the Baldwin Locomotive Works, strike sympathizers seized a streetcar, knocked the motorman senseless, and demolished the vehicle. When the police rushed to the scene, the workers hurled bricks at them, while from inside the Baldwin factory, nuts, bolts, and wrenches were flung at the officers. The police then opened fire indiscriminately, turning their revolvers against pedestrians and firing through the windows of shops at those who ran inside for protection. At the same time, firemen, who were called in by the police, directed heavy streams of water upon the people, even injuring women with babies in their arms. T.S. All this, warned the Philadelphia Evening Bulletin, cannot be expected to quell the indignation which seems to be so generally manifest. It should be remembered that these people are Americans and they are not accustomed to Russian rule. 19. In an effort to augment his police force, Mayor Rayburn issued a call for 3,000 citizens to do police duty. C. 0. Pratt, the popular Amalgamated Association organizer, offered 6,000 Union men to perform such functions. They are bona fide citizens of Philadelphia and will pledge themselves to preserve peace and order. 20. This offer, of course, was rejected, and Mayor Rayburn called in the Pennsylvania Fencibles, a private military and social organization. But the volunteers, many of whom were mere boys, were totally ineffective. Most of them had their coats torn off and their weapons seized by taunting crowds. 21. Mayor Rayburn further infuriated the people of Philadelphia by ordering the arrest of Pratt and John J. Murphy, president of the Central Labor Union. Both were held in $3,000 bail on charges of inciting to riot and conspiracy. Rayburn then called upon Governor Stewart to order the entire state National Guard into Philadelphia. On February 2, 1910, the troops marched into the city, and the New York Call declared that Philadelphia was now in the hands of the Cossacks. 22. Although the Central Labor Union had at first promised only financial support to the striking carmen, Charles Hope, the CLU secretary, had warned as early as February 20 that, if policemen and imported strikebreakers are used to any extent to run the trolley cars, the Central Labor Union may call a sympathy strike. Such a call, he predicted, would be assured of receiving an enthusiastic response. As all union men know of the unfair treatment accorded the trolleymen, there is no doubt that all will respond to the call and strike in sympathy with those who have been oppressed. 23. The following day, President Murphy revealed that a letter had been sent to every union affiliated with the CLU, asking if it was willing to join a general strike of sympathy with the Kernan, and that already 1/3 of the unions had replied in the affirmative. Moreover, two independent bodies, the Allied Building Trades Council and the District Council of the Brotherhood of Painters, Decorators and Paperhangers of America, representing together 42,500 workers, had agreed to join the general strike if it were called. 24. Church leaders and businessmen, the latter appalled at the potential effect that the threatened general strike would have on trade already suffering from the Carmen strike, pleaded with the Rapid Transit Company and the union to submit the dispute to arbitration. The union agreed, but the company refused. The threat of a general strike, it declared, was pure bluff. A general sympathetic strike, the company stated, would break every employment contract in Philadelphia, which is something that even the most senseless labor leader would not do. As if to challenge the CLU to do its worst, the company served an ultimatum threatening dismissal for those who failed to return to work immediately. 25 Once again, Mayor Rayburn endorsed the company's policy. There was nothing to be alarmed about in a general strike by all trades, he told reporters. Moreover, he went on, arbitration was no solution, for the union would only want more in the near future. 26. The entrance of the state troops guaranteed that the general strike would be called. You can depend upon it, vowed John Murphy, a general strike will take place. The state police will be helpless. I want it understood that there are men in the Northeast who can shoot as straight as any trooper who ever drew breath. 27 The first part of his fiery statement turned out to be correct. On February 2, 7, the Central Labor Union, the unaffiliated trades, and the Building Trades Council, meeting separately in the same building, voted to go on a general strike the following Saturday if the Carmen strike was not settled by that date. At first, the demand had been for an immediate general strike, but Pratt appealed for the delay so that further pressure could be put on the PRT to agree to arbitration, and, at the same time, to enable organized labor to marshal its forces more effectively. His argument prevailed, and after agreeing to the date, the three labor bodies passed a resolution which noted that the Philadelphia Rapid Transit Company had begun a wholesale lockout of the union men, numbering hundreds, the only excuse being that they belonged to the union, that since the Carmen had been locked out, the company officials had conspired with certain interests in City Hall and have clubbed, coerced, and arrested innocent men who were innocent of any crime whatsoever, have denied the citizens of this city their God-given and constitutional rights, and that the state police had been brought into the city, without any justification whatever, but ostensibly for the purpose of preserving order. Hence, resolved, that we, the representatives of labor, in extraordinary convention assembled, do hereby determine that a general strike shall take place in protest against the high-handed action and arbitrary use of administrative power, and that we pledge ourselves not to return to work until all rights have been recognized and complied with. 28. To carry out the purposes of the resolution, President Murphy appointed a committee of 10 made up of members of the CLU Executive Committee and the Building Trades Council. 29. From cities all over the United States came wires of support for the vote taken in favor of the general strike should the company refuse to arbitrate. 250,000 union men in this city hail your action, wired John Fitzpatrick, president of Chicago's Central Labor Union, and stand ready to join in a sympathetic strike against the traction powers. Andrew J. Gallagher, secretary of the Central Labor Union of San Francisco, Wired, 175,000 men in this city stand with you in any action you may take. Samuel Devery, president of the Central Labor Union of Washington, D.C., telegraphed the vote taken by 3 labor bodies for a general strike was the greatest day labor ever had in Philadelphia or any other city in America. Stand your ground against the man-eating sharks of Philadelphia, read the telegram from Socialist Eugene V. Debs, we are with you to a finish. 30. When asked, why does your company discount the sympathetic strike talk even after the vote of the Central Labor Council and other labor bodies, Daniel T. Pierce, executive assistant to President Kruger, replied, because we know that the real labor leaders are opposed to it. T. L. Lewis of the Mine Workers Union has plainly said so. Mr. Gompers, president of the American Federation of Labor, has refused to utter a word in favor of the proposition which, at one blow, would destroy whatever faith there remains in the value or desirability of contracts with trades unions. 31. To check on the accuracy of this evaluation, the Philadelphia Public Ledger sent a telegram to the heads of various international unions, asking whether you approve of the threat that all labor unions here strike in sympathy with the striking carmen. Also give views on the general strike. 32 negative or qualified replies came from John T. Hayes, General Master Workman of the all but defunct Knights of Labor, who called a sympathy strike a fool proposition, from W. D. Mahan, international president of the Amalgamated Association, who said the entire matter was in the hands of local officials in Philadelphia. And from William D. Huber, president of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, who saw no good coming out of a sympathy strike. On the other hand, George Preston, secretary-treasurer of the International Association of Machinists, G. L. Blaine, secretary-treasurer of the Boot and Shoe Workers Union, and Thomas B. Kramer, secretary-treasurer of the International Brotherhood of Blacksmiths, all favored a sympathy strike. Kramer put it most forcefully. I believe this to be as good a time as any other for the working people and their sympathizers to stand together in support of the men who have been forced to strike by this corporation that has grown rich, sleek and fat at the expense of the people of Philadelphia, and which seeks further to insult them by bringing into their city an imported system of gunnery and chasing them round like so many highway robbers. This means we must stand together in sympathy lest we be compelled to surrender that which we now enjoy. Interestingly enough, J. McNamara, then still secretary-treasurer of the International Association of Bridge and Structural Iron Workers, took a more moderate position. He opposed a sympathy strike but favored, instead, a strike of trackmen, linemen, powerhouse employees, etc., whose interests are identical with the striking carmen. As for the sympathy strike in a general sense, McNamara felt that organized labor must continue to make use of it, until the blacklist and other injustices of organized capital are abolished, either by strict and prohibitive legislation, or a better establishment of the feeling that is known as the Brotherhood of Man. 33. Samuel Gompers refused to comment on the question of a general strike, but he did observe that the Carmen's strike was the result of a plot to destroy the men's union on the part of the Philadelphia Rapid Transit Company, and this conspiracy is being backed by the National Association of Manufacturers and every leading open shop association in the country. There was justification for Gompers' assertion, for it was widely reported in the press that leading open shop organizations were urging the PRT to stand firm against any concession to the union. On March 1, 1910, while 7 of the 8 English-language papers of Philadelphia were pleading with the PRT to arbitrate and prevent a general strike, 34 * the company rejected a new appeal from a churchmen's and laymen's committee in the United Businessmen's Association, asking for arbitration and pointing out that the union had agreed to a proposal calling for the company to select 2 men, the union 2 men, and the 4 to select a 5th as an umpire in arbitration proceedings. President Kruger declared that there were only 2 issues at stake in the strike. The right of our employees to deal directly with us without the intervention of an organization controlled by outside men. 2. The right of this company to have the same freedom in hiring and discharging men that the men have in staying with or leaving the company. These rights, he maintained, were fundamental and inalienable and do not submit themselves to any form of arbitration. 35 Mayor Rayburn immediately announced his full support for this position and declared that he would stand firm behind the PRT's refusal to arbitrate even if it meant his political suicide. 36. As a final concession, the union now agreed to have the authorities invoke the Act of 1893, which provided that the Court of Common the fact that 7 of these papers favored arbitration was cited by them as an answer to the charge in the Outlook that Philadelphia newspapers were suppressing the truth about the strike because of the domination of department stores. Harold J. Howland, The War in Philadelphia, The Outlook, Vol. XCIV, March 5, 1910, pp. 523-24. But the magazine refused to retract its charge and published an anonymous letter from Philadelphia supporting its position. It is also a matter of common belief that at the present time strong pressure is being brought upon the press to suppress much of the news that may be damaging to the traction company or to the city authorities. Ibid. pp. 80203. See also Philadelphia Public Ledger, March 17, 1910. Please, when appealed to, could appoint boards of arbitration in disputes between labor and capital. Up to that point, Pratt had rejected the idea of bringing the dispute into the politically directed courts. But, in an effort to achieve a settlement before the general strike went into effect, the union reversed itself. The concession, however, proved to be useless. The company would accept no arbitration of any kind and responded by merely extending to March 8 the deadline for taking strikers back if they applied for reinstatement as individuals. 37 inches. I think myself a general strike is the only thing left, if recourse to the courts is refused by the PRT company, wrote Dora Lewis, a Philadelphia shirtwaist worker, to Agnes Nestor on March 4, 1910. It is really a fight now for the existence of any union in the city, and I think all the unions feel that. 38 Perhaps not all, but certainly the vast majority did. Convinced by now that no alternative was possible, the Central Labor Union took definite steps on March 2 to initiate the general strike, with a proclamation addressed to the trades union bodies of Philadelphia and vicinity and their sympathizers. All workers, except those who furnished such absolute necessities as food, were requested to cease work at midnight, Friday, March 4, 1910. The proclamation emphasized the fact that the carmen were ready to accept arbitration, while the company, even though a semi-public corporation, and, therefore, owing certain duties to the public not owed by private corporations, refused. It pointed out that events since the agreement of 1909 had proven beyond any doubt that the capitalists and a small group of self-seeking politicians, in control of the transit company were part of a larger group of capitalists and trust owners who hoped to crush all organized labor by attacking and defeating it one group at a time. If ever the times called for organized labor to practice the principle of an injury to one is the concern of all, the proclamation went on, it was at this particular moment. Hence, it was proclaimed that the time for action has arrived for all union workers and their sympathizers for the immediate assistance of the Union Street Railway employees and the ultimate protection of all union employees, and the working class will cease work on Friday at midnight, March 4, 1910, whether that is the regular stopping time or not, and remain on strike until further notice from the duly accredited representatives. The proclamation was signed by the Committee of 10 representing the Central Labor Union and the Allied Building Trades of Philadelphia. 39 This committee also published a paraphrased version of the Declaration of Independence to justify the calling of the general strike. After repeating the introductory paragraphs of the original declaration, it stated, "The history of the Rapid Transit Company is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of absolute tyranny over the carmen." Then, after listing the oppressions heaped upon the carmen by the company and stating that petitions for redress have been answered only by repeated injuries, the alternative Declaration of Independence declared, "We, therefore, the representatives of 150,000 toilers appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intention, do, in the name and by the authority of organized and unorganized labor, declare that the demands of the striking carmen are founded upon right and justice, and for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence and the abiding faith in the spirit of fairness of the American people, and particularly the citizenship of Philadelphia, we 150,000 toilers unitedly pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. An adherence to the letter and spirit of the above declaration would soon render the United States of America as free of oppressive corporate influence, intimidation, and corruption as St. Patrick rendered Ireland of Snakes. 40. Estimates varied as to how many workers walked off their jobs on March 4. Even those friendly to the strike complained that it was difficult to determine how many workers, organized and unorganized, abandoned their jobs, because no real information bureau had been set up from which the Committee of 10 could obtain a comprehensive view of the situation. 41 After the first day of the general strike, labor leaders placed the figure of those who had walked off their jobs at 100,000. The press, on the other hand, put it at between 48,000 and 50,000, while Director of Public Safety Henry Clay estimated the number to be no more than 20,000. But then, Clay was accused of owning $600,000 worth of traction stock, so his figure was generally discounted. 42 At any rate, a canvass by the Public Ledger and the Evening Bulletin indicated that textile industries, building operation, and garment-making firms were almost completely shut down, and that taxicab chauffeurs and cab drivers had quit work promptly at midnight, many of them dumping fares into the streets far from their destination. On the other hand, firemen, engineers, electricians, and all classes of mechanics employed in the rapid transit company's powerhouses were reported to have remained at their posts. Since the Committee of 10 had specifically for other examples of alternative declarations of independence used by American labor, see Philip S. F. Foner, We the Other People, Alternative Declarations of Independence by Labor Groups, Farmers, Women's Rights Advocates, Socialists, and Blacks. Urbana, Illinois, 1976. Exempted bakers, milk and bread wagon drivers, and all others engaged in the delivery of household necessities from compliance with the strike call. Householders felt little, if any, effect of the strike. 43. The same newspapers, however, reported a great increase in the number of workers who joined the general strike on the second day. This was attributed to the house-to-house canvass by committees of workingmen and women urging their fellow workers who had failed to come out to join the strikers' ranks. From early morning until late at night, the Evening Bulletin reported, in groups of twos and threes, the strikers, sometimes accompanied by women, rang bells and begged the recalcitrants to join in labor's fight. The result was evident in the fact that unofficial estimates of the number on strike was now placed at between 100,000 and 125,000. 44. The most specific breakdown of the number of men and women on strike in Philadelphia was made public on March 9, the fifth day of the general strike, by Charles A. Hope, Secretary of the Committee of 10. According to Hope, 139,221 workers were on strike, and they included, in addition to the 6,200 striking carmen, 40,000 in the building trades, 20,000 in the metal trades, 20,000 in the textile trades, 10,000 in the men's wear garment trades, and 9,000 in women's wear. Then there were workers in miscellaneous industries and trades, such as 105 insulators and asbestos workers, 210 cloth cap makers, 2,500 cigar makers, 1,000 shirtwaist and laundry workers, 151 piano movers, 347 confectionery workers, 468 pavers and rammers, 365 electrical workers, 410 waiters, and many other groups. 6,000 were reported out at the Baldwin Locomotive Works. 45 Conspicuously absent from the list of those on strike, however, were the men working in the PRT's powerhouses and the printers who were putting out the newspapers which published these statistics. 46. Whatever the exact number of workers on strike at this time, the press did acknowledge that those who joined the general strike did so of their own free will and with a clear understanding of the issues involved. The Public Ledger interviewed 50 ordinary workers who had joined the general strike and published the following comments as typical. Alexander Ring, a carpenter. It was made clear, a socialist told the reporter, the time has come when we must assert ourselves. Therefore, I have quit and am doing my best to assert myself. Harry Benkert, a machinist, said, I am striking because no man should be expected to spend his entire life slaving for capital. A. B. Dubois, electrical worker, said, "This is a fight for ourselves for organized labor. If the carmen lose this fight, all organized labor loses and goes to the wall. That's how I feel about it, and all the members of my local feel the same way." John Donnelly of the Plasterers Union declared, "I voted to strike because I am a believer in unionism. Naturally, my sympathy is with the carmen, but this fight is not confined to that one union. It is an attack on organized labor, and threatens the life of every union in the country. We must win in this controversy or be wiped out by the capitalists." Finally, William H. Smith, an elevator constructor, said, "Fair play, that's what we struck for the great American spirit of fair play. If you see a man getting hard knocks, don't you go to his assistance. Well, there's a conspiracy to beat down the carmen, a union of merchants, associations, newspapers, and so on, with the Rapid Transit Company, and there's nothing for the working men to do but to unite to support them. Every possible way was tried to effect a peaceful settlement. Now that's failing, we'll try another way." The strike. 47. Eugene V. Debs, who paid a special visit to the city during the strike and addressed overflow crowds, was impressed by the class consciousness of the workers who had quit work in sympathy with the carmen. He noted that the brutality of the Philadelphia police was deepening that class consciousness, and, in general, that the strike was making people think. 48. The point about police brutality was well taken. In the name of the General Strike Committee, the Committee of 10 requested the working people of Philadelphia to assemble in Independence Square on March 5 at 3 o'clock, to peaceably participate in behalf of the Street Carmen's Union now on a strike. 49. Instantly, Mayor Rayburn issued a proclamation forbidding all assemblies until further notice. But the workers insisted on attending the demonstration, and by 2:30 p.m., 20,000 of them were in or near Independence Square. Suddenly, mounted policemen began driving their horses savagely into the crowds, while automobile patrol wagons, crammed with heavily armed police, raced around the square, stopping here and there, while bluecoats leapt out and swung their clubs right and left. The mounted men, armed with long nightsticks, then charged up and down Chestnut Street, scattering the crowd in which there were hundreds of women and girls seeking to escape from Independence Square. As the struggle between the police and the workers reached its climax, the bell in the belfry of Independence Square told the hour of 3.so. Mayor Rayburn even had his police ban the showing of John Galsworthy's play Strife, at the Adelphia Theater on the ground that the performances might incite to riot. Evidently Galsworthy's message favoring arbitration of industrial disputes was too advanced for the mayor. Public pressure, in the end, forced him to allow the play to be produced, and it was staged without incident. Philadelphia North American, March 16. April 1, 1910. Shortly after the brutal assault on the peaceful demonstrators, the Pennsylvania State Federation of Labor met in convention. On March 8, the enraged delegates unanimously adopted a resolution urging a statewide general strike, in case arbitration is further rejected by the Philadelphia Rapid Transit Company, and also calling on the American Federation of Labor to call a national strike. E. Greenewalt, president of the State Federation of Labor, was authorized to call a statewide general strike within 18 days, or by March 26 if the PRT still refused to arbitrate by that date. However, all local unions in the state would first have to give their approval before final action was taken. 51. The resolutions adopted by the Pennsylvania State Federation of Labor produced the first public statement by Samuel Gompers since the general strike in Philadelphia had begun. He refused to reveal whether or not he would approve of the extension of the strike from Philadelphia to the state of Pennsylvania or to the country, maintaining that the answer to such a critical question should not be made public. The forces arrayed against labor meet in secret and plan their schemes, he explained. They take neither the public nor labor into their confidence. We will do the best we can to protect the rights and interests of the working people. Gompers then went on to denounce the PRT for rejecting arbitration and deliberately provoking the streetcar strike. He condemned Mayor Rayburn for not even trying to remain impartial and supporting the company in its refusal to arbitrate. Referring to the Independence Square meeting that had been banned by the mayor, he attacked the police for having brutally clubbed men, women, and children and treated American workers as the Cossacks treat the Russian subjects, rather than as citizens are treated in the Republic of the United States. Finally, Gompers predicted that, while for the moment a corrupt gang such as obtains in Philadelphia may have the upper hand, this could not last long, not in free America. 52. This was Gompers' last public statement during the general strike, and whatever the AFL leadership may have planned with respect to a statewide or national strike remained a secret. But it was clear that without Gompers' endorsement, a statewide general strike would never be called, and it was also the opinion of a number of Philadelphia labor leaders that without the backing of a statewide strike, the citywide general strike would falter. 53 Indeed, the general strike had already begun to lose strength as more and more workers, once having made clear their sympathy for the trolley men, returned to work. On March 22, a large majority of the textile workers and the men of the Baldwin Locomotive Works, both groups that were considered the backbone of the general strike, returned to work, vowing to contribute moral and financial support to the car strikers. By March 24, 2 days before the statewide strike was scheduled to go into effect if the company still refused to arbitrate, the idea of a general strike throughout the state was abandoned at a conference of Pennsylvania labor leaders. Speaking for the United Mine Workers, T. L. Lewis declared, "The anthracite mine workers will respect their contract, which does not expire until March 31, 1912. 54. 3 days later, the Committee of 10 called off the general strike in Philadelphia, explaining, "This strike has been on for some 5 weeks. The Philadelphia Rapid Transit Company has had the united support of both the city and state governments, with all the power that their capitalistic friends can place behind them. Yet, with all this, they have been able to operate some 800 cars and that only a part of the time during the day, out of the 2,200 cars that would be in operation were the strikers at work. The PRT, it declared, was now facing bankruptcy, and, while the general strike has not yet secured a settlement of the Carmen's dispute, we feel it has paved the way to bring that about. As of March 27, 1910, therefore, the general strike was officially over. 55. But the car strikers vowed to keep on fighting until an honorable settlement can be brought about. 56. The company, meanwhile, continued to operate with inexperienced strikebreakers, with the result that the number of deaths from trolley accidents mounted. By the first week of April, the figure stood at 27 fatalities, including 14 children ranging in age from 18 months to 11 years. 57. In its final presentment, the March grand jury took note of this situation and urged, in view of the number of deplorable deaths and accidents that have occurred recently in this city, apparently through the inefficient operators of our street cars, this grand jury would recommend that as a safeguard to the public, the Philadelphia Rapid Transit Company be compelled to employ only efficient men to run their cars. 58. However, the recommendation was ignored, as was an appeal by the United Businessmen's Association to the State Railroad Commission to investigate trolley deaths in Philadelphia. On April 10, the Central Labor Union voted to prosecute the mayor and the Rapid Transit Company officials on the charge of manslaughter because of the number of persons killed in trolley accidents. But nothing came of this either. 59. In fact, the only action taken occurred when 2 of the strikebreakers were sentenced to a year's imprisonment each because, through reckless operation of cars, they had run down and killed 2 men. It would have been more just, editorialized the New York Call, had the heads of the trolley company responsible for that strike been sent to jail. They are undoubtedly morally responsible for the deaths and destruction that occurred. 60. On March 29, the Philadelphia Public Ledger noted a new development in the trolley strike, with the calling off of the sympathetic walkout and the consequent return to work of a great majority of the Allied workers yesterday and today. All interest in the trolley strike has now centered upon the means by which the wives, daughters and women friends of the Carmen plan to help them in their fight against the transit company. 3 weeks earlier, Several hundred women had met near each of the 19 car barns operated by the company, and, after hearing a presentation of the issues involved in the strike, had organized a women's auxiliary of the Carmen's Union and elected Luella Twining as president. Now that the general strike was called off, the Women's Auxiliary voted to hold parades in various parts of the city to raise funds and maintain public support for the strikers. C.0. Pratt hailed the decision and predicted that the alignment of the women in the fight and their appreciation of the situation will do much toward helping the cause to final success. 61. During the ensuing weeks, the Women's Auxiliary made headline news. First, a storm broke out over the denial by Director of Public Safety Clay of a permit enabling the auxiliary to march to Independence Square. The ban was appealed to the courts and the newspapers featured President Twining's reply to the judge's question as to whether she was an anarchist. "No, but I am a socialist," she answered. The auxiliary, she told the judge, had 5,000 members and they would all participate in the parade, holding sheets with which to catch money for the strikers. There will be men in the parade, she added, but only such as are needed to carry babies in their arms or push the baby carriages while the women collect funds. It will be primarily a women's demonstration. But there was no women's demonstration, for the court upheld Clay's edict. 62. However, the auxiliary did hold entertainments, bazaars, and other fundraising functions, and its members went from store to store and door to door, soliciting funds, to keep want from the households of the striking Carmen. 63. On April 14, the Philadelphia Evening Bulletin announced that the Rapid Transit Company had encountered a new and unexpected obstacle in its efforts to operate its street cars. Heretofore, the company and the police have had to meet only the resistance of a throng of men and boys. But today, when an effort was made to run the Jefferson and Master Streets line for the first time since the strike began, 100 or so women stood in the way, and for a time at least, both the transit company and the police were forced to retreat. A barrel of ashes had been placed on the track at the crossing, which forced the car to stop. Then the bombardment by the women began. Stones, bricks, clubs, everything at hand were hurled against the car, and windows from end to end were shattered in a jiffy. 64. While striking Carmen and their wives and daughters were continuing the battle so militantly, the terms of a settlement were being negotiated. On March 21, Mayor Rayburn wrote to PRT President Kruger, "The good of the city of Philadelphia demands that the present strike be ended. The efforts of various well-meaning committees and individuals from the outside have failed. It is time that this matter be settled by parties in interest, and both sides should be willing to make concessions for the public welfare." Rayburn urged the company to take the first step toward peace by outlining the terms upon which it will take back into its service the men now on strike and conditions of service in the future. If he had such information, and the men were assured that they would receive the same status as to wages, pensions, and death benefits as they would have had if their service had not been interrupted, he would urge acceptance. He was confident that my recommendation will be followed. 65. The same day, as if by prearrangement, the company submitted an offer to the strikers through Mayor Rayburn, which included a provision that all strikers would be taken back. The hours of work would be not less than 9 hours nor more than 10 hours a day. Wages would be 2 cents an hour and would increase by 1 cent an hour annually until the wage of 25 cents an hour was reached. Employees would be free to join or not to join any organization, and the company would not discriminate among the various committees of its workmen, or favor or give any encouragement to one organization over another. The question of the 17 foremen whose discharge had precipitated the strike was to be discussed, case by case, by the company and a representative chosen by the strikers. 66. However, nothing was said either about recognizing the amalgamated association or restoring the strikers to the positions they had previously held with their former rights. President Kruger simply added, "As to the matters requiring adjustment arising from the strike, I promise you on behalf of the company to accept in our service the motormen and conductors now on strike, without any discrimination, and to join them in attempting to promote harmony between all our employees and the officers and superintendents of the company." 67. Rayburn presented the terms offered by the company to the employees of the Philadelphia Rapid Transit Company, now on strike, and recommended acceptance, adding his promise that my personal and official influence will be exercised at all times for such an administration of these terms as will make this a lasting and satisfactory peace. 68 But the strikers had no confidence in any assurance from their anti-labor mayor, and they insisted that their union be recognized and that their former status and rights be restored upon their return to work. On April 5, therefore, the strikers rejected the company's offer. Thereupon, the transit company announced that its offer was withdrawn and was no longer to serve as a basis for a settlement. 69. Meanwhile, John P. Mitchell and Dennis Hayes, AFL vice presidents, acting at the request of Amalgamated Association President Mahan and with the support of the Federation's Executive Council, had been conferring with U.S. Senator Boise Penrose, boss of Pennsylvania politics, State Senator John McNichol, and PRT General Counsel John Ballard. However, their efforts broke down when the company insisted on recognizing the so-called Keystone Union and denying the members of the Amalgamated Association the seniority rights they had enjoyed before they went on strike. Under pressure from Mitchell and Hayes, the Amalgamated Association leaders agreed to waive their objection to the provision recognizing the Keystone Union, but they insisted that they could not accept a settlement which did not restore all members on strike to the exact positions filled by them before the strike was inaugurated. The company could have 2 months to work out the details for restoring the men to their former status. On this single point, however, the company refused to budge, and Penrose and McNichol advised the AFL vice presidents that they had exhausted their ability to persuade the company to meet the union's sole remaining demand. 70. However, with its losses amounting to $20,000 a day, and forced to apply for a $25 million loan from the city, the Philadelphia Rapid Transit Company decided to yield on the single point standing in the way of a settlement. The terms of the final agreement offered on April 15 provided 1. That all men on strike were to be taken back by the company and to receive their former positions as soon as possible. Those who were not immediately placed were to be paid at the rate of $2 a day until they could be placed. 2. Wages were to be 23 cents an hour beginning July 1, and to be increased at a rate of 1 cent per hour every 6 months until the minimum reached 25 cents. 3. The company was to have the right to hear the grievances of an employee or association of employees, and the men were to have the right to join any union or organization they wished, or none at all. 4. No agreement was to be signed between the company and its employees, but the terms of the offer were to be posted in the various car barns. 5. The cases of the 174 men whose dismissal had brought on the strike were to be left to arbitration by Charles Kruger and a representative of the Carmen's Union. 71. This time, the Amalgamated Association leaders recommended acceptance of the company's offer and urged an end to the strike. At meetings of the Carmen, Pratt told the strikers that the agreement represented a victory for them, arguing, "The company undertook to destroy our union, but they failed to accomplish that object." He was confident that once the men returned, they would get fair treatment, since the company had learned that their employees could strike effectively. To be sure, the agreement permitted the company to receive committees of non-union men and to deal with the Keystone Union, but, he maintained, they will also treat with us. When asked by a number of the strikers what guarantee there was that this agreement would not be violated immediately in the same way that the 1909 settlement had been ignored, Pratt could only answer, "We have verbal promises from the officials of the company that these will be kept." The settlement, I think, will lead to a permanent peace between the men and the employers. 72. The response brought angry shouts from the strikers, and it was clear that the agreement would not be automatically ratified. But Pratt did not wait for the vote. Instead, he left immediately for Detroit to attend a meeting of the Amalgamated Association's National Executive Board. After his departure, the rank-and-file workers, by a close vote of 1,265-1,258, rejected the terms of the settlement. However, the Executive Committee of Division 477, after carefully weighing the circumstances involved in our situation and the lack of decisive authority, the slim majority in the referendum of our membership, and after consulting the National Executive Board in Detroit, accepted the proposal, ended the walkout, and directed our members on strike to return to work. 73. Thus, to cries of "Sell out! Sell out!" from the majority who had voted To continue the strike, an end came to what the public ledger called a struggle so titanic that it attracted the attention of all vested interests in this country and abroad. 74. A number of Philadelphia labor leaders derived some comfort from the fact that, as a result of the titanic struggle, union membership in the city had increased. President Murphy of the Central Labor Union boldly claimed a twofold increase in the ranks of unionism, and cited this as justification for the general strike. 75 others pointed to the launching of a Labor Party in the city and state as a direct result of the strike and noted the resolution calling for the formation of the Labor Party, with its reference to the present strike of the working people against the political transit combination, which, by reason of its political power, has this city in its grip. 76. To the IWW, the Labor Party was nothing more than a futile effort to obtain at the ballot box what Philadelphia labor had failed to gain through the general strike. That failure, it insisted, was the result of the refusal of many workers in AFL unions to support the general strike, instead remaining at work and upholding the sacredness of their contracts. The men who worked in the powerhouses, furnishing juice, with which to run the cars, charged the industrial worker, official organ of the IWW, did more to defeat the striking motormen and conductors than the scab who manned the car. 77 in sum, argued W. E. Troutman, the IWW strike strategist. A farcical general strike was pulled off, so as to discredit forever the general strike idea. 78. However, Louis Duché, another IWW theoretician, refused to view the general strike as a total failure. He pointed out that those workers, who had come out in support of the car men, have done more to teach themselves and the whole state of Pennsylvania class consciousness and solidarity than a whole trainload of literature. By breaking their agreements with their bosses, the sacredness of contracts has received a good jolt. Open hostility between them and their employers has been stimulated. The struggle between themselves and the bosses will be fiercer than it has ever been before. The bosses will no longer be sure of them. Militants will be tabbed, and the new Labor Party in Philadelphia was born at a meeting of the delegates of all labor unions in the city, held in the Labor Lyceum on March 24. The party's platform called for public ownership of all public utilities and government ownership of telephone and telegraph lines, equal wages for men and women when the latter did the same kind of work, an 8-hour law for workers, abolition of the state constabulary, a graduated income tax on all incomes over $5,000 a year, direct election of U.S. senators, disfranchisement of all bribers, bribe-takers, and corrupt political workers, and new laws on health and labor conditions. Philadelphia Public Ledger, March 24, April 21, 1910, New York Call, April 22, 1910. Chopped of P, as the occasion presents itself. In short, there will be a fight from now on. 79*. The settlement, I think, will lead to a permanent peace between the men and their employers. C. 0. Pratt had assured the strikers as he recommended that they accept the settlement and end the strike. Unfortunately, the peace that emerged was one in which there was no room for the Amalgamated Association. In December 1910, Thomas E. Midden, the new manager of the bankrupt company, instituted a cunning system of welfare capitalism, under which 22% of all passenger fares would be set aside for workers' wages until the pay scale reached 28 cents an hour. A welfare fund would be established, to which both the company and the employees would contribute, to provide sickness, death, and pension benefits, and grievances would be settled through a series of joint labor management committees. Then, taking advantage of a split in the Amalgamated Association, Midden announced that he would recognize the union if 2/3 of its members accepted his welfare plan. When the vote among the workers failed by a small margin to reach the needed majority, Midden simply ignored the Amalgamated Association and announced that his plan was in operation. So thus ended, for a good number of years, the presence of the Amalgamated Association of Streetcar and Electric Railway Men of America on the Philadelphia Rapid Transit Lines. Chapter 7. The Shopmen's Strike on the Harriman System, 1911-1915. At the turn of the 20th century, 4 great brotherhoods stood astride the railroad world. They represented engineers, firemen, trainmen, and conductors. On the other hand, there were thousands of other railroad workers who remained outside the brotherhoods. They were the shop workers, machinists, boilermakers, blacksmiths, electricians, etc., telegraphers, yard workers, clerks, and maintenance of way men. They were either grouped in unions within each craft or were entirely unorganized. Unlike the brotherhoods, which remained independent, these unions were usually associated with the AFL. In 1893, under the leadership of Eugene V. Debs of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen, the American Railway Union was organized as an industrial union uniting all white workers, men and women, who served on the railroads in any capacity except superintendents and other high officials. The ARU grew rapidly and won several of its early battles, but it was virtually destroyed in the 1894 Pullman strike, and women were not only admitted to membership, but the American Railway Union insisted that when a woman performs a man's work, she ought, in all justice, to have a man's pay. Railway Times, June 5, 1894. Debs warned the ARU that its policy of excluding blacks from membership, a policy he opposed, could lead to disaster, but the ban against black membership in the ARU Constitution was reaffirmed at its National Convention in June 1894 by a vote of 112 to 100. The stand taken by the ARU was a backward carryover from the practices of all the brotherhoods which denied membership to blacks and attempted to drive them out of the railroad service. Philip S. Foner, Organized Labor and the Black Worker, 1619–1973, New York, 1974, pp. 103–07. Which it suffered an overwhelming defeat. All efforts to unify the railroad workers thereupon ceased temporarily. In 1898, Congress passed the Erdman Act, which provided machinery for conciliation between the railways and their train service forces. However, the workers placed little faith in government methods. Contrary to the conservative leadership of the brotherhoods, they had reached the conclusion that only through unified action could the railroad men win redress of their grievances. In 1902, an advanced form of concerted action was tried in the West, when conductors and trainmen in that part of the country joined together to form the Western Association, which was to take in all the railroads west of a line drawn from Chicago to Duluth, Minnesota, and southwest from Chicago along a branch of the Illinois Central Railway. 2. On June 24, 1902, the association simultaneously presented identical demands to all the Western railroads for increased wages and improved working conditions. The managers of the Union Pacific and Southern Pacific Railroads, admittedly surprised by the suddenness and force with which the demands were presented, agreed to the proposed changes after some negotiations. The minor systems followed suit. 4. Having won this initial victory, the brotherhoods consolidated their position and made plans for the more extensive demands for which they were to contend 5 years later. In the interim, the Western railroads had prepared themselves for future confrontations. When the conductors and trainmen presented new demands with reference to wages and working conditions in February 1907, they had to contend with a united body of Western railroads. A committee representing 42 roads, with a total mileage of 101,500 miles, met a joint committee of conductors and trainmen, 5, and together they sought to negotiate the railroad workers' demand for an 8-hour day and a 15% wage increase. A month's negotiations failed to produce any definite agreement, and the brotherhoods' representatives went back to their locals and took a strike vote. 6. The balloting favored a strike, but the conciliatory elements within the brotherhoods prevailed, and negotiations were resumed with the management committees in April. The unions lowered their demands to a 12.5% increase and a 9-hour day. The railroads countered with an offer of a 10.5% wage increase, but they refused to discuss the shortening of the workday. As a result of the deadlock, the chairman for the rise and decline of the American Railway Union, including the story of the Pullman strike, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor M1 Movement in the United States, Vol. 2, New York, 1955, pp. 247–78. Of the Interstate Commerce Commission and the Commissioner of Labor were brought in as mediators, and they succeeded in effecting a settlement. Conductors and trainmen who had been employed on the basis of the 12-hour day had their hours reduced to 10 without any reduction in wages, those who were working on a 10-hour schedule were granted a 10% increase in pay. Other increases were, for passenger conductors, $10 a month, for baggagemen, $7.50 a month, and for brakemen and flagmen, $6.50 a month. All these increases were to go into effect without any increase in mileage. Employees on freight service were given a flat 10% raise. These wage increases exceeded the last offer of the railroad managers by $1.50 a month for each group. The government's mediation board also prescribed a 10-hour system for the railroad trainmen after 16 consecutive hours of work. 8. While these negotiations were going on, the conductors and trainmen were extending their system of cooperation to the east. The Eastern Territory was defined as being bounded on the west by the main line of the Illinois Central Railroad, and on the south by the Ohio River and the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad. The remaining territory was included in the Southern Association in 1909.9. In 1908, the conventions of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen and Enginemen divided the country similarly into 3 districts: the Eastern, the Western, and the Southern. 10. This cooperative association met with the same success as that of the conductors and trainmen. In 1909, Eugene V. Debs heaped scorn on these unity efforts of the brotherhoods when he asserted caustically, "Taken in the aggregate, there is no division of the working class more clannish and provincial, more isolated from other divisions of labor's countless army, than railroad employees, the workers engaged directly or indirectly in steam railway transportation." 11. Still, as one student of railroad unionism points out, the concerted action movement from 1902 to 1909 had marked an important development. The railroad workers who were gathered into such organizations had come a long way since the day when they were breaking each other's strikes and submitting to management for want of strength and unity. 12. Influenced by the success of the brotherhoods' concerted action, the shop craft laborers began to form federations on each of the several railroad systems. System-wide negotiations had enormous advantages for the workers. They forced management to bargain with a coalition of unions instead of with each individual union. They also enabled workers in each craft to unite their demands and establish uniform standards. These advantages were fully demonstrated in 1908, when the shop craft workers of the Southern Railway, the New Haven and Hartford, the Union Pacific, the Santa Fe, the Missouri Pacific, and the Canadian Pacific all formed federations and defeated management's efforts to cut wages and impose piecework. After these victories, system federations sprang up all over the United States. 13. At its 1908 convention, the AFL took note of this trend toward federation and established the Railway Employees Department, RED, for all workers associated with the railroads who were outside the brotherhoods. Officials of this new organization were given the power to grant charters to any future federations. 14. The general trend among railroad workers to unite and act together in a solid front against management inevitably came into sharp conflict with the employers' preference for dealing with a labor movement organized along conventional craft lines. This conflict reached its climax in the Great Strike of 1911 on the Illinois Central and Harriman lines, more popularly known as the Harriman System Strike. Illinois Central extended for more than 4,500 miles from Chicago to New Orleans, with a major branch that reached Omaha. The Harriman lines represented a network of railroads from Texas to Oregon and included the Union Pacific, the Southern Pacific, the Oregon Short Line, and the Santa Fe. Although both systems maintained separate administrative staffs, the Illinois Central was a major part of Edward H. Harriman's railroad empire, since the Union Pacific held a controlling interest in Illinois Central stock. Is the 9 craft unions representing the shopmen on both lines: blacksmiths, boilermakers, machinists, carmen, sheet metal workers, painters, steam fitters, railway clerks, and pattern makers met in Salt Lake City on June 5, 1911 and formed a system federation. The new federation was headed by E. L. Regwin, a San Francisco machinist and an ardent socialist. In the opinion of many shopmen, this step was long overdue. With the passing of the year 1910, wrote Carl E. Person, who was to become a militant System Federation official and editor, the average man who understood the labor movement was convinced that the time of individual craft strikes was of the past. They could no longer deliver the goods. 16. On July 1, all 9 craft unions presented the same demands to management. The first was for recognition of the System Federation as the collective bargaining agent for all the crafts. They also included a demand for discussion of a minimum wage, standardization of hours, overtime rates, a seniority system, and the elimination of piecework. 17. Since shop craft federations had already been recognized on a dozen other systems, the shopmen did not anticipate any unusual resistance, but management was out to destroy the movement before it developed any further. Both W. L. Park, Vice President and General Manager of Illinois Central, and Julius Kruchnet, President and Operating Head of the Harriman Lines, indicated their willingness to discuss economic issues with each individual union, but both declared their refusal to confer with the new federation. They made it clear that they would only bargain with the unions one at a time. 18. The shop craftsmen had taken a major step toward interunion cooperation, and they were not prepared to retreat. Instead of separate contracts, with separate expiration dates, negotiated by the individual crafts, they were determined to win a system-wide contract. The railroad executives, on the other hand, were just as determined to block the movement for an all-inclusive bargaining union. Management feared that the movement among the shop craftsmen, coupled with the concerted action of the brotherhoods, could lead the way to an eventual nationwide federation of all railroad workers. The ghost of Eugene V. Debs, Industrial Union of Railroad Workers. The American Railway Union had come back to haunt railroad management. When the railroad corporations united to destroy the American Railway Union, the Railway Managers Association had vowed that never again would such an industrial union of railway employees be permitted to rear its head in the United States. 19. To be sure, the system Federation only provided for joint bargaining by 9 of the 26 crafts in the railroad industry and included none of those engaged in the movement of trains, but, as Solidarity pointed out, the System Federation becomes the embodiment of a higher form of union and therefore a potential if not actual menace to the employing class. 20. Soon, however, as we shall see, separatism among the railroad unions seriously weakened even the System Federation. In the hope of avoiding a strike, the heads of the craft unions in the System Federation continued to meet with the company administrations, but management stood firm in its refusal to recognize the federation. To demonstrate that the workers were prepared to strike over this issue, the unions polled their members as to whether they wished to walk out solely over recognition. 97% voted yes. After this ballot, the union appealed to management for a last-minute conference. 21. In September 1911, Julius Kruchnet met in San Francisco with representatives of the shop crafts, who presented specific demands to the head of the Harriman Lines: recognition of the System Federation, union shop apprenticeship regulations, a universal 8-hour day, with 7 hours work on Saturday and pay for 8, wage increases of 5 cents an hour for hourly men and proportionate raises for monthly workers, double time after midnight for day men and afternoon for night men, the right of the unions to review cases of members discharged from their jobs, and the application of seniority in filling positions of foreman and gang boss. Kruchnet objected to all of the demands, and in particular to the recognition of the federation. This, he charged, would muster the whole body of workers behind a demand by any one craft, encouraging unreasonable requests. The Harriman Lines, he said, would risk a strike rather than deal with a System Federation. Immediately, W. L. Park of the Illinois Central echoed Kruchnet's refusal to recognize the System Federation, even if it meant a strike. 22. After the final rejection of the shop crafts' demands, the Illinois Central and Harriman Lines posted notices in their shops warning that anyone going on strike would forfeit pension rights and that no striker over 35 would be rehired. Even before this, throughout the months during which negotiations were taking place, high fences and stockades were constructed around Harriman properties, cars and cabooses were fitted with bunks for potential strikebreakers, and big arc lamps were installed to light the yards at night. Meanwhile, arrangements for farming out repair work to lines that would not be struck were announced. 23 What Eugene V. Debs termed the interminable delay in ordering the strike enabled the employers to make adequate preparations for meeting the walkout. 24. Still, the executive committee of the machinists refused to sanction a strike on the grounds that the System Federation had not conducted the negotiations properly, but on September 26 they were overruled by the Machinists' Convention. 4 days later, the System Federation on the lines of the railroad empire created by Edward H. Harriman began its strike. The walkout was on a grand scale. In 15 states, from the eastern end of the Yazoo and Mississippi Valley Railroad to the tip of the Oregon Short Line, from Chicago to New Orleans, from Memphis to Sacramento, Illinois Central and Harriman workers, acting like a trained, disciplined army, took up their tools and started for home as soon as the time clock pointed to 10. Union leaders claimed that 35,000 workers in shops west of New Orleans had already answered the strike call, and that, together with the walkouts in other sections, the strike had achieved an almost complete tie-up. Although this claim was an exaggeration, even the Illinois Central management conceded that about 63% of its shopmen in 28 cities had struck, while Harriman, as chief of operations, admitted that half the workforce had walked out. 25. The commercial, labor, and socialist press were as one in recognizing that the significance of the strike could not be measured solely by the number of men who had left their work. It was the principle involved that made this strike so important. The railway labor question is but one aspect of the general labor question, the New York Times emphasized. What was at stake was the fundamental issue of craft versus industrial unionism. For if the contracts of the railroad workers could be negotiated to expire simultaneously, these workers would be able to achieve, through federation, what no single union could hope to obtain for its membership. Essentially, the shopmen were applying to the general labor question the principles used by the railroads themselves to enhance their profits. As the socialist New York Call pointed out, the Harriman lines, among the most powerful in this country, are themselves the result of the federation of lines that had been weakened through competition, and in some instances brought almost to the verge of disaster through their individual efforts at independence. But the present heads of these giants instantly realized that what had been good for them through the combination of separate roads into a federated system would not have the same beneficent effect if the various crafts employed on the roads were also federated into a system. For if federation of weak competing lines into a strong system has been good for the Harriman roads, then the organization of small, weak and often warring unions into federation will be good for workers. And Eugene V. Debs, speaking for the Socialist Party, declared, "This strike is for a vital principle. It is our strike as well as the strike of those who are on the firing line. 26 inches without the slightest sign of violence, the strike of over 30,000 shopmen on the Harriman lines went into effect this morning," the New York Times reported on October 1. The same situation prevailed on the Illinois Central, it added, and the following day, it reported that all the affected shops were in the cities of Macomb, Vicksburg, and Water Valley, Mississippi, Cheyenne, Wyoming, Pocatello, Idaho, Kansas City, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Sacramento, San Luis Obispo, and Bakersfield, California, El Paso, San Antonio, and Beaumont, Texas, Chicago, East Street, Lewis, Madden, and Clinton, Illinois, Omaha and North Platte, Nebraska, Ogden and Salt Lake City, Utah, Portland, Oregon, also Las Vegas, New Orleans, Seattle, Memphis, and Denver. New York Times, October 12, 1911. Shops in the Harriman system were picketed peacefully by the striking workmen, and that no violence was reported from any shop center. But it also reported ominously that many strikebreakers were being held in readiness by the agency working in behalf of the railroads. 27. The importation of large numbers of strikebreakers turned a peaceful strike into one of the most violent labor disputes of the period. Everywhere, mass picket lines were thrown around the barricaded shops in which the strikebreakers were housed. Women members of strikers' families joined the pickets. As policemen and armed guards escorted the strikebreakers to and from the repair shops, battles broke out. In New Orleans, coaches containing strikebreakers were attacked and the scabs mobbed as they were being conveyed to the docks where they were to be put to work. Women were prominent in several of the mobs, one paper reported, and took an active part in stoning the strikebreakers and the trains. 28 The strikebreakers broke away from the guards and quickly disappeared. But Illinois Central immediately brought in a large body of replacements. This time, the riot that followed took the lives of 6 men and injured over 100. A reporter described it as one of the bloodiest on record in this section. 29 Even with the entire reserve force of the New Orleans police rushed into action, supplemented by U.S. deputy marshals and railroad detectives. The Illinois Central found it difficult to protect the strikebreakers, and it freely furnished shotguns to state and federal officials. 30 inches quiet at New Orleans, Vice President Park of the Illinois Central told reporters on October 6. But his statement was belied by reports from the city telling of pitched battles between strikers and police, company guards, and state and federal officials, as the men on strike tried to get at the strikebreakers. 31 Similar clashes were occurring in Mississippi towns all along the Illinois Central line. With civil governments unwilling or unable to protect their communities from violence by strikebreakers, the strikers and other citizens assumed these duties themselves. In Durant, Mississippi, strikebreakers attempted a general raid on the stores of the town. They were repulsed by the combined efforts of strikers and other citizens, but they did loot a number of black people's homes, taking food and cooking utensils. In Winona, Mississippi, strikers and other citizens were on guard, and when the strikebreakers attempted to loot stores, they were driven back and forced to leave town. 32 The violence in Mississippi reached its climax in tremendous battles in Macomb City, an important railroad terminal and repair center. About 1,500 employees worked in the shops there, and almost all of them left their jobs when the shop crafts went on strike. With the Illinois Central clerks already on strike, practically all the employees were out. 33 On the Monday following the start of the strike, the sheriff addressed a meeting of all the strikers, and an agreement calling for peaceful picketing and no violence by either side was reached. Despite the arrival of 22 U.S. Marshals who posted a writ of injunction restraining strikers from trespassing or interfering with the railroad's business, the peace was maintained for several days. 34 Then a special train bearing strikebreakers en route to New Orleans brought an end to the peace. The Macomb City Enterprise, friendly to the strikers, described the battle that followed. Tuesday evening a special train carrying about 450 alleged strikebreakers who were in reality a gang of hoodlums, probably picked up in the slums of northern cities, arrived in town, and as soon as they hit the city limits, they began conducting themselves in an outrageous manner by cursing and throwing stones at the people along the right-of-way, and making insulting remarks and gestures at several ladies standing at the crossing. These same men raided stores and assaulted the citizens of Winona, Durant, and Brookhaven before reaching here, and after leaving Macomb the same afternoon, a part of them demolished sheds in front of the stores of Osika and raided the lunch counter at Hammond. After the scabs had hurled stones at the citizens of Macomb, injuring several of them, the train pulled out and headed for New Orleans. Then, as the account in the Enterprise continued, one of the gang pulled his gun and began shooting at the men who had secured pistols and guns for self-protection as soon as they saw the class of human rubbish the railroad had brought into the town. As soon as the first shot was fired at them, the citizens along the track opened up with their guns and pistols, and the brave men, who had demoralized the towns above here, dropped to the floor of the cars like ducks taking to water. The Enterprise understands that 7 of their number were killed and 15 wounded. The Daily Press stated the next morning that not one of them was even injured. 35 Actually, the 3 coaches carrying the strikebreakers were wrecked and a number of strikers and strikebreakers were killed and injured. A reporter for the New Orleans Times-Picayune wrote that when the train reached New Orleans, it looked as if it had been through the Boer War. 36 Immediately after the gun battle, the Memphis National Guard was mobilized and the authorities ordered the entire 3rd Regiment to Macomb. When the troops arrived, they found the strikers, confident of ultimate victory, while the railroad continued to bring in strikebreakers and was, apparently, making preparations for a long drawn-out fight. 37. As scabs continued to be brought in, a dynamite explosion was followed by a threat from Union men and their sympathizers that they would blow up the entire $2 million complex of Illinois Central shops in Macomb unless the strikebreakers were deported. In desperation, the governor, the county sheriff, and the commander of the state National Guard appealed to the railroad to remove the strikebreakers in order to prevent a massacre. Reluctantly, Illinois Central complied. The train carrying the strikebreakers pulled out with 60 National Guardsmen aboard, who received these instructions: if any man aboard lifts a hand or makes a motion to hurl a missile, if any striker, strike sympathizer, or citizen makes a menacing demonstration, shoot and shoot to kill. 38. But so furious were the people at the company and its strikebreakers that the soldiers were fearful that they might be attacked and overwhelmed. One paper reported, when the train pulled out of Macomb, it seemed as if every one within a radius of 15 miles of the town witnessed the departure. Hundreds of farmers, stirred by rumors of insults to women in other Mississippi towns, gathered with their shotguns and rifles, and the soldiers feared another outbreak. 39. However, more strikebreakers were brought into Macomb, and National Guardsmen, with fixed bayonets, guarded the Illinois Central buildings where the scabs were kept. So enraged was the community that the strikebreakers did not dare venture outside company property. Indeed, the special train of the Illinois Central President, scheduled to pass through Macomb on the way to New Orleans, had to be rerouted across the entire state of Mississippi. 40. Macomb's mayor publicly acknowledged the complete failure of all civil powers to keep peace, but instead of demanding the departure of all strikebreakers and a halt to bringing any new ones into town, he urged the governor to invoke martial law. But not even martial law was able to restore peace, and as long as the strikebreakers remained in Macomb, the violence continued. In invoking martial law, the governor charged that the troubles in Macomb emanated from foreign agitators. But all reporters agreed that the strikers were longtime residents of the town and that public opinion was overwhelmingly in support of the strikers. 41 Reverend W. A. Gill, a Baptist minister, was described as expressing the opinion of the majority of Macomb's residents when he defended the strikers in one of his sermons. In affirming the right to strike, he asked, "Do we question the legal right of men to withhold their money when they deem it unprofitable to invest? Neither can we justly question the right of men to withhold their muscle when they were not getting a decent living out of it. Labor," he declared boldly, "creates the wealth, and then the heartless possessor of wealth uses the product of labor to deprive the laborer of his right to organize and thus protect himself." Turning to the specific issues in the strike of the shopmen, Reverend Gill noted that one of the railroad officials was reported to have said that the company hoped to starve the strikers to a point of coming back as separate crafts. He continued, "Now you know what that means. It means that if the federated crafts fail to bring the railroad company to a conference, they would handle the separate crafts about like a tomcat would handle a mouse. You see, they do not object to dealing with a separate union as long as they are not strong enough to demand decent wages. But the days of industrial slavery are numbered. 42. Such words were wasted on the authorities. A Mississippi judge issued a sweeping statewide decree aimed at all union members on strike against Illinois Central, forbidding them to congregate on or near railroad property, intimidate non-strikers or induce them to quit, or interfere with the Illinois Central's normal operations in any way. Similar sweeping restraining orders were handed down in Illinois, Louisiana, Texas, and Kentucky. So far-reaching was the judicial restraining order in Kentucky that the president of the System F Federation observed angrily that it prohibited strikers from doing almost anything except breathing. They could not even speak to a man that was working on the Illinois Central Railroad. 43. Freedom of the press also came under attack if it was used in any way to help the strikers. One of the major difficulties faced by the shopmen was in overcoming the almost unanimous opposition of the commercial press. 7 weeks after the strike began, the Macomb Strike Committee pointed to this problem in a notice to the citizens of this community and the public in general. The notice was triggered by reports reaching the committee from people living remote from points on the Illinois Central Railroad and from out in the country, sympathizing with us over the loss of the strike. The belief that the strike was over was quite understandable. In view of the fact that the newspapers are only publishing the railroad company's side of the question, we cannot blame the people for believing as they do. Being unable to get our side of the controversy before the public, through the press, we are compelled to adopt this method of reaching as many as possible so that we may let it be known that the strike is still on. 44. To meet this problem, Carl Person, a 24-year-old system Federation official and Clinton, Illinois editor, began publishing a strike bulletin. At first, copies were produced on a mimeograph machine that Person had salvaged from a junk heap. Workers all along the Illinois Central and Harriman lines quickly made the paper popular, and many of them contributed to it. Soon the strike bulletin was appearing regularly in printed form. 45. On November 13, 1911, Person published a special edition of the strike bulletin called the Graveyard Edition. In announcing this special, Person described it as artistically illustrated with pictures of some 75 wrecks that have taken place on the Illinois Central and Harriman lines since the strike, charging that railroad management had hired incompetent strikebreakers and allowed the equipment to degenerate dangerously. Person proclaimed. See the crash at Mons, La. The arrival of the Graveyard Special in New Orleans with the dead and injured, the San Antonio explosion, the Kinmundy disaster, the W. Reek of the Daylight Special, the Sunset Limited in the ditch, the Shasta Express upon the mountainside, the Overland Limited in the Valley of Apple Cut, the crash of the fast mail at Memphis, the fall of Salt Creek Bridge, the miracle at Catfish Creek, and half a hundred other pictures of recent wrecks on the struck roads. Every striker was urged to order a bundle of the strike bulletins, Graveyard Edition, and place one in each business house in his city. Asterisk. This would be the means of keeping passengers off the struck roads. It will help us to drive a hard blow against the struck roads. It will be the means of winning this strike. Person promised to issue 500,000 copies of the Graveyard Edition if the strikers did their part, and to throughout the strike, literature was distributed to businessmen in the hope of winning their support. One leaflet headed, Mr. Businessman, began. Did it ever occur to you that the shopmen's strike on the Illinois Central and Harriman lines is a matter of considerable importance to you and your business? Between 75 and 85% of the men who came out on strike are men of family, many of them taxpayers in their respective localities, all of them honest and a credit to any community. Pointing out that such men were being replaced by the dregs of society, the leaflet asked the businessmen to consider whether such men could do as much for them and the community as the men on strike. Do you think that the strikebreaker as a class will ever come up to the standard of our clean-cut American citizenship as represented by the men who were forced out on strike? Never in a lifetime, and we know that you know this to be a fact. Bums from the slums, booze fighters from weakness of willpower or, worse yet, from natural inclination, and moral degenerates don't make desirable citizens in any community. The leaflet then struck a nativist and racist note, observing, the introduction of foreigners on all the struck roads and Negroes on the Illinois Central in particular, and all at lower wages, will not have a tendency to make your business prosperous. Copy of leaflet signed by A. 0. Warden, a machinist business agent, in Carl Person Papers, collections of the Archives of Labor History and Urban Affairs, University Archives, Wayne State University, Detroit, Michigan. Advertise the dangerous condition of the struck roads from Maine to California. 46. The Graveyard Edition, with its photographs of blazing train wrecks, wounded victims, coffins piled high, scalded children, and mangled bodies, attracted nationwide attention and not only kept passengers off the struck roads, but helped to drive down the value of the stock of the Illinois Central and other Harriman-controlled roads. But it also launched the persecution of Carl Person by the Illinois Central. A battle royal is going on in Clinton, Illinois, wrote journalist Floyd Gibbons, between a 20th-century David and an up-to-date Goliath of the super dreadnought type. The David is Carl Person, the fighting editor of the Strike Bulletin. The all-powerful Goliath is the Illinois Central Railroad Company. 47 First, company detectives descended on Person's office and ransacked his files, desk drawers, and letter books. Then railroad officials secured an indictment against Person for circulating through the U.S. mails matters reflecting injuriously on the conduct of the Illinois Central Railroad and its officials. The crime carried with it maximum penalties of $35,000 and 35 years in prison. Accompanied by an Illinois Central detective, postal inspectors entered Person's office, arrested him and took him before the United States Commissioner in Bloomington, where he was released on bail. In an appeal to the strikers and the labor movement in general, Person described his arrest and wrote, "My arrest does not worry me a bit, but to carry on an effective fight until the end of the strike is what I am worried about, and in this the graveyard. Addition will do more than anything else, and the Illinois Central knows it, and just because of this every effort should be made to put out as many of the graveyard addition as possible. The detectives were particularly interested in our subscription, and we hope we get the money to carry on the work, and we can only say that if we do not get the subscriptions to carry on the work, the Illinois Central will be more than satisfied, and if we do, it will cause them further inconvenience, and therefore if you want to do something to agitate the cause along, send in subscriptions to the bulletin, and we will do the rest. In conclusion, I am yours for the effective fight, regardless of all their crooked detectives, the usurped power of their courts, or their rotten jails. 48. The indictment and arrest were the least of the attacks upon the young militant editor. Person was physically attacked by 3 men who beat him severely and left him for dead on the sidewalk. He recovered. On why to be attacked more viciously on the streets of Clinton by Tony Musser, the post office also regularly held up mailings of the strike bulletin. The town's former police chief, who was known as the Giant Portuguese. The giant would have murdered the youth if a group of spectators had not finally pulled him away. Blood from gashes on his person's head streamed down his face and blinded his eyes, Gibbons reported. The scalp was torn from his skull in several places. 49. Musser was able to break away from his captors and he lunged again at Person, crying out that this time he would get him. The editor had recovered slightly during the brief respite, and, certain that his assailant was out to kill him, drew a revolver and shot Musser dead. He then surrendered to the police, who refused to accept bail for him and turned down his request that a photographer be admitted to take pictures of his condition for use as evidence. It was only 6 weeks later, after every trace of the attack had disappeared from Person's body, that a photographer was admitted. While the editor was in jail, the police raided the Strike Bulletin's office.so. Union leaders set up a Person Defense League, which was supported by both the Illinois and Chicago Federations OFLABR. Convinced that his client could not obtain a fair trial in Clinton because the railroad completely dominated the city, Person's attorney, who was the chief counsel of the Railway Employees Department, fought for and won a change of venue to Lincoln, Nebraska. On October 5, 1914, after 23 hours of deliberation and 22 ballots, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty. Following the trial, Person declared, "The fight to crush organized labor is doomed." 51. On March 5, 1912, William H. Johnston, president of the International Association of Machinists, returned from an inspection of the strike situation on a number of the roads affected by the shopmen's strike, including the Illinois Central. He was pleased to report that he had found the strike being handled effectively. The railroad companies, he announced, were badly crippled, while the men on strike were in good spirits, full of courage and determination. Johnson concluded his report on an optimistic note. From most accurate data obtained, and with many startling facts before me, I am of the opinion that the companies will not permit such a drain upon the resources to continue for an indefinite period. 52. Unfortunately, this is precisely what the companies did. Although they continued to suffer severe economic losses, they also refused to retreat from their adamant opposition to negotiations with the system. Federation officials. In its 1912 annual report, the Illinois Central showed a loss of over $3 million in operating revenues, while its operating expenses rose by almost the same amount. The shopmen's strike, the New York Times noted in explaining the decline, cut into the earnings from above and below, because it decreased the volume of business while it added to handling costs. 53. Neither the governors of the states affected by the strike nor President Taft could persuade the companies to sit down with representatives of the unions. 54. The closest they came to a settlement was early in 1913, when union officials and the Illinois Central general manager met secretly under assumed names in Chicago. They agreed upon tentative settlement terms which were to be unofficial and unsigned, subject to ratification by higher officials on both sides. The agreement called for the reinstatement of all employees, restoration of the old contracts in effect prior to the strike, and a company promise not to discriminate against any striker unless he had damaged railroad property. Although the System Federation leaders recognized that these terms were tantamount to total surrender, they hoped to use the tentative agreement as a means for reopening talks with management. But at the very first meeting, company executives refused to discuss the possibility of any additional concessions and quickly closed the meeting. 55. To Carl Person, however, the entire deal reflected the desire of the top officials of the shopmen's unions to settle the strike on any terms. He denounced the project as the Chicago frame-up, charging that even if it were successful, it would have applied only to the Illinois Central and did not include any settlement on the Harriman lines. He accused the union officials of having become tools of railroad managers for the purpose of making a break in the ranks. 56. From the outset of the shopmen's strike, the IWW had argued that only a general strike on the railroads could defeat the corporations. The strike was being prolonged, it said, not so much by the strikebreakers in the shops, but by the engineers, conductors, trainmen, firemen, and telegraphers, who continued to operate the trains and carry strikebreakers and passengers. The San Francisco IWW local put out a sticker reading, "Railroad Men. No scab so despicable as a union scab. Tie up the road. Use IWW tactics. Solidarity wins." Solidarity reprinted the sticker and urged locals in the strike area to print their own. It also published a story about a railroad engineer who came into a Division Point restaurant and became indignant with the waitress for serving scab shopmen. She looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Who brought him here?" 57. In mid-October, the morale of the strikers in Los Angeles was bolstered by the rumor that 1,000 members of the Los Angeles lodges of conductors, trainmen, engineers, firemen and telegraphers would strike November 2. The rumor was quickly denied by the brotherhoods. Instead, with November came the McNamara Conference session, and the press used this as a further argument against the strike. It was at this time that a little-known Swedish-born longshoreman in San Pedro wrote a parody on a current song hit to ridicule how one set of railroad workers was used to defeat the strike of their fellow workers. The song was "Casey Jones the Union Scab" by Joe Hill. In San Pedro, the entire crew of 300 had walked out of the shops of the Southern Pacific Line. Joe Hill's famous narrative ballad dealt with an engineer who got a wooden medal for being good and faithful on the S.P. line by continuing to run his train during the shopmen's strike. It told of the IWW sabotage of Casey Jones' engine, his trip to heaven, where he even went scabbing on the angels, his descent into hell, and the ignominious tasks assigned him there. Casey Jones, the devil said, "Oh, fine. Casey Jones, get busy shoveling sulfur. That's what you get for scabbing on the S.P. line." The song was an immediate success. Printed on colored cards which were sold to help the strike fund, the song helped to maintain the strikers' spirits. 59 But at no time during its 4-year duration did any operating union join the shopmen's strike. Indeed, it was not even possible to obtain the support of the 9 shop crafts for a general strike on roads not affected by the strike as a means of forcing the railroad management of the Harriman system to settle on reasonable terms. A referendum was held in the summer of 1912 among the members of the 9 shop crafts on the issue of calling a general strike to support the Harriman in Illinois. Central strikers. A majority of 451 out of 13,826 votes cast opposed such a sympathy strike. 0.60. Ironically, the vote on the general strike occurred shortly after the shop crafts affiliated with the AFL decided that the RED was not effective enough, a conviction that was strengthened by the Harriman strike. On April 15, 1912, 200 delegates representing 5 railway shop crafts from the areas south and west of Chicago met in Kansas City and created a new association called the Federation of Federations. Its constitution provided for full-time, full-salaried executives elected directly in conventions by system federation representatives. While the Constitution did not provide for an industrial union, it did supply a new agency for more effective collective action. When the Red adopted the Federation of Federations, Constitution and officers, with only minor alterations, the AFL Executive Council chartered the new organization as the Railway Department of the American Federation of Labor. 61. Carl Person charged that the officials of the 9 crafts had manipulated the vote on the general strike in order to get a majority against sympathetic action. In the fall of 1913, as strike secretary of the Illinois Central System Federation, Person tried to get the new AFL Railway Department to conduct a vote among the shop crafts on the issue of calling a general strike. But not enough lodges supported Person, and on December 16, 1913, he wrote that, because of that, the Railway Department don't feel warranted in submitting a vote for a general strike among its membership. He added bitterly, the main reason why we failed in getting action from sufficient lodges was due to the fact that the Grand Lodge officers were antagonistic against such action, and instructed their membership to pay no attention to the proposition we sent out, and therefore the lodges were afraid to give us their opinion relative to a general strike proposition. 62. As the shopmen's strike dragged on, the pressure of economic necessity mounted. A questionnaire sent to strikers revealed that the conflict had compelled 10% of them to seek charity, 12% to sell their furniture, and 50% to borrow money. Over 90% of the workers and their families moved from already low-rent dwellings to even cheaper ones, while 68% of the strikers' families broke up their homes. 63. On March 12, 1915, the Strike Bulletin, deprived of funds to keep it alive, published its valedictory issue. On May 24, the Executive Council of the Railway Employees Department met in St. Louis to decide on the next step to be taken in the shopmen's strike. The Red had collected a special strike fund to aid the strike, but after almost 4 years of struggle, the fund was totally exhausted. The shop craft unions had also exhausted their resources, and the machinists, the strongest among them, had found it necessary to seek loans from their local lodges. At the St. Louis meeting, a majority of the presidents of 6 of the shop crafts machinists, boilermakers, blacksmiths, railway carmen, sheet metal workers, and the Railway Employees Department voted that the strikes on the Illinois Central, Harriman lines and Pere Marquette systems are declared officially at an end on and after 10 a.m. June 28, 1915, 64. After 45 continuous months from September 30, 1911 to June 28, 1915, the longest railroad strike in history, the shopmen had not achieved a single one of their goals. Moreover, many of the strikers were blacklisted in the industry and never regained their old jobs. On several of the lines, clerks were required to check all new employees hired for the shops to ensure they were not union men at the time of the 1911 strike. If they were not hired. 65. However, the future was not as bleak as the strike's results might indicate. Although it had done nothing to aid the very strike which had led to its creation, the Federation of Federations did strengthen the System Federation movement among the railroad shopmen. As the new movement grew, many of the former scabs in the 1911 strike joined its ranks and became some of the most enthusiastic Union men in the years that followed. 66.